Good morning. Good morning, everybody. We're going to get started in about 1 minute. So if you could go to your seats, we can start with our land acknowledgement. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Mount SAC. Thank you for coming. It's a third annual Vision 2030 Noncredit Summit. Yeah. My name is Madeline Arbayo, and I am happy to welcome you. We will be starting out with a land acknowledgement by our wonderful director of the First Peoples Native Center, and I think it's an experience that will center us as we start this important day, so let me hand it off to her.
Piali, everyone. Piali is hello in Nahuatl, which is the language that my ancestors speak. And so Latsukamati for being here. Latsukamati, Dr. Madeline. Oh, thank you so much for introducing me and inviting me to come and speak on the land acknowledgement. So my name, Doctora Primavera Resa Nakanechny. My pronoun she, her, ella. I serve as the director for the First Peoples Native Center. My ancestors derive from the Tarahumara or Ramuri tribe in the unceded lands of Chihuahua, Mexico. I have the honor and privilege to deliver our land acknowledgement today. Oh, thank you. So it's up on the screen here if folks would like to read it. This is a land acknowledgement that was made in partnership with our local Gabrielino tribe. Mount San Antonio College acknowledges and recognizes that the land in which we occupy is the unceded ancestral territory of the Gabrielino Shoshone, Gabrielino Tongva, and Gabrielino Kizh nations, the indigenous peoples of this region since time immemorial. Mount San Antonio College is located near the Gabrielino village of Pimokanga, known today as the city of Walnut. We recognize the Gabrielino people have suffered an immense loss of their people, culture, lands, water, and other natural resources due to the theft, murder, kidnapping, and enslavement. These injustices started with colonization, and most indigenous people consider colonization a current and ongoing process. Despite the atrocities and injustices committed against the original caretakers of this land, the Gabrielino remain to be a thriving community and continue to practice their traditions, heritage, sovereignty, self-determination, and spiritual relationship to their land. The nations that make up the Gabrielino community continue to work to protect their sacred ways and homelands for future generations. Their descendants are a testament to the resilience and strength of the indigenous peoples that call this land their ancestral home. The Gabrielino view this land as a source of healing, nourishment, and protection. As students, faculty, staff, and alumni of Mount San Antonio College, we honor the Gabrielino people by acknowledging their legacy and current lived experiences. We recognize this land acknowledgement as an opportunity for Mount SAC to advocate for Indigenous students through support of the First Peoples Native Center and continue learning and shared knowledge for Native American and Indigenous peoples. Aho.
Thank you, Primavera. It's so good to see so many familiar faces. I've known many of you for decades, and so by now you know that 1 a.m. emails are kind of normal for me. Yeah, and that's kind of early, by the way. That's prime time. And I think there's a whole bunch of you too that are standing wondering how I got up here without tripping. You all know that too. So before we get going, I want to call your attention to the many volunteers who are tagged with Ask Me. Ribbons, anything you need, okay? Our agenda, you'll find the program highlights and how we've centered students through the lens of Vision 2030's roadmap. We'd hoped for a little more time between sessions, but there's just so much to share in our world. I also want to call out some special people and their contribution to our time together. Our older adult program, Adults with Disability and Vocational Reentry students created these beautiful vases on the tables. And if you notice that there's names representing our programs, our offices, and names of our goals, the Vision 2030 goals and other themes. And also on the tables, there's frames with our calligraphy students who took Vision 2030 quotes and wrote them so beautifully. So we were in awe when we were setting them up, and we were trying to take some of them home, but we didn't do that. The design is meant to represent a village, and I think that describes us perfectly in the work that we do. And inside your bags are lavender seeds that apparently, when you plant them together, they thrive. And so they're meant to symbolize the power of collective care and collaboration among all of us educators, and to nurture the transformation in our adult learners. The monarch butterfly reminds us of our deep commitment to our immigrants. And I hesitated letting us provide stress balls, because knowing some of you, when you pair music and toys, anything can happen. So just let's tone it down, okay? We have the Chancellor here, please, okay? For those of us who've been around a while, I don't think we ever imagined that Noncredit would move from best kept secret to more often the headline. Okay? And honestly, I think we're all here for it, because it looks like right now we can stop asking for a seat at the table and ask to host the table. That's where I think we are now. So our sincere thanks to Dr. Sonia Christian and everyone at the Chancellor's Office for ensuring that adult learners are not only included, but prioritized. So along with our colleagues from this College of Continuing Ed, San Diego College of Continuing Ed, Mount SAC is proud to host our colleagues, partners, and friends for 2 days of ideas, laughter, courageous conversations to keep adult learners at the center. So now it is my pleasure to introduce our co-host for the conference, a statewide leader and innovator with a passion for adult learners. That is Dr. Tina King, President of San Diego College of Continuing Ed. Okay.
All right, well, welcome and good morning to everyone. How y'all doing? Okay, come on. How y'all doing? Yes, well, it is an honor to be here with you all today at the 3rd Annual Noncredit Adult Education Summit. I am so impressed that this work has continued to go forth. Just 3 years ago, our district had the opportunity to start the inaugural work, and I'm so appreciative to all of the non-credit leaders in the field who have continued to see the value in non-credit. When I think about non-credit, I think about all of the lives that we're changing, and today we're going to get a chance to hear from our students directly. And in my mind, non-credit has really been the economic mobility and the transformation in the California community college system. And when we think about what we do as non-credit educators, we truly are alleviating poverty. And so I'm here to represent San Diego College of Continuing Education, but also to represent non-credit education. I want to really stop and thank the amazing Dr. Madeline Arbayo, Dr. Martha Garcia. And I say that not lightly. I think when you all came in here, you received that VIP treatment. All of the details from the emails that went out, all of the information that was sent forth, I really appreciate all of their hard work to make sure that today we're able to come into a space, we're able to learn and grow from one another. We're able to continue to advance and advocate for non-credit, career technical education, innovation. We're able to put our students for the next 2 days. And so I want to say thank you all for continuing this great work, and thank you for allowing the College of Continuing Education to be here, and shout out to our Chancellor, Greg Smith, for being in the space with us this morning. Thank you. All right, I will now turn it over to Madeline.
Okay, so get ready for the energy that you're going to feel, which comes from our college president, who inspires us with vision every day, and she's just unstoppable in her commitment of non-credit and also community education. So please welcome our president and CEO, Dr. Martha Garcia.
Thank you, Madeline. Appreciate you and everyone that's here with us today. Good morning to everyone. Buenos días y bienvenidos a todos. On behalf of Mount San Antonio College, the Board of Trustees, and the over 75,000 students that we have the privilege of serving at Mount SAC, it is my joy to welcome you today to the Vision 2030 Noncredit Summit, a conference where possibility thrives and where education opens doors for every learner at every stage of their life. I want to acknowledge that as we gather this morning, I am reminded of countless lives that we have transformed through educational opportunities, and we do that work collectively. The power of non-credit education provides an opportunity to many students that may have perceived that education was not available to them. To the single mother who found her voice in ESL, to the adult learner who gained the skills to start a new career and earn higher wages to provide for his or her or they family. And to the student who began in non-credit and went on to earn a college degree and other advanced degrees. Each of these stories represents our mission in action and our mission of hope. At Mount SAC, providing educational opportunities is our promise to our students. It is our promise to our communities that we will contribute to social and economic development of these communities. Offering non-credit programs changes lives, impacts families, and future generations. I am proud to share that last year, over 55,000 students took a non-credit class at Mount SAC. Among those 55,000 students, about 15,000 students were credit students as well, demonstrating how seamlessly our programs connect learning and opportunity. What I'm most inspired about is that over 7,000 students transitioned from non-credit to credit programs. A powerful demonstration that when we build strong pathways, our students walk them with resilience, courage, and determination. And today you'll have the opportunity to hear those students, or some of those students. As we look forward to Vision 2030, and we collectively contribute to grow service and opportunities to our adult learners and non-credit students, our guiding truth remains simple yet powerful. Students are always first. That is who we are, and that is why we are here. Every class we offer, every program we build, every partnership we nurture, it all begins and ends with our students at the heart. And I am so privileged and blessed to serve in this role and to serve our students with tremendous love, care, and believe in their ability to achieve everything they dream that they will. As we embark on this journey together, let's continue to dream boldly, to innovate fearlessly, and to lead with compassion and purpose. Together, we are building a future where every learner belongs and where every dream has a path forward. As I conclude my remarks, I would like to thank our trustees for being here and acknowledge them. Our board president, Peter Hidalgo, thank you for being here. Trustee Dr. Manuel Vaca, thank you for being here. Trustee Gary Chow, thank you as well. And as we do this work, it is important for me to express gratitude to each and every one of you for being here, our non-credit heroes. Express special gratitude to Chancellor Sonia Christian. We have one of our Board of Governors, Bill Rollins, here as well. Thank you for supporting this work. And we have my colleagues, my CEO colleagues, thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm sincerely grateful. To all of you that do the work every day with our non-credit students, special thanks to you, because it takes a special person to do the work that you are doing every single day. To Madeline Arballo and to the entire team and everyone that contributed to making this summit a reality, I'm sincerely grateful. Dr. Tina King, thank you. We appreciate you tremendously, and I'm just sincerely grateful to all of you. Welcome to Mount SAC. Welcome to the Vision 2030 Summit, Non-Credit Summit. And we are setting the pathway to ensure that we help you, Chancellor Christian, achieve the goals under Vision 2030 in relation to non-credit and in relation to serving and creating opportunities for adult learners. This is the demonstration of our collective commitment to help you and help the entire state of California prosper. Thank you. Before I introduce our next speaker, I want to acknowledge our students. Students, please stand. Those of you that are here with us, please stand. I see some of you. Please stand. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here with us and for recentering us always and why we do what we do. It is now my pleasure to introduce our board president, Trustee Peter Hidalgo. Thank you.
Gracias, Dr. Garcia. Good morning. Peter Hidalgo, one of the widest looking Latinos you're ever going to meet. It is an honor to be here. I am a proud Ecuadorian, born and immigrated here to the United States when I was a little tyke at 10 years old. Good morning and welcome to Mount San Antonio College. On behalf of my board colleagues and our campus leadership, we are thrilled that you have made the trek all the way to Walnut, California. Where the heck is Walnut? Well, you have arrived here and we are thrilled to host you. We are so excited that this room is full of leaders who don't just believe in lifelong learning. You guys build it, and we recognize that. Here at Mount SAC, you know, we see the power of what you do every day. Students that come into class, whether they're working after the night shift, whether they're parents who are learning how to speak English, like that was me one day, a long time ago, or they're learning English alongside their kids, which is a reality, right? Older adults who are discovering new purposes, it's not because they have to, it's because they want to. And this year's theme, which is awesome, reimagining non-credit education for equity, economic, and mobility. What an amazing, that captures really what's best about each one of you. And you know, what's amazing about these, you guys turn policy into possibility. And we recognize that, and thank you for what you do. You take people who said, dude, it's too late. And you remind them, no, it's never too late. Thank you for what you do. And as someone who started in the community college, who gave me and transformed my life, as an immigrant, like I said, from Ecuador, my mom brought 4 wild boys all by herself to the United States and we landed here in the San Gabriel Valley, I'm a dude who found his footing in one of these community college classrooms. I know firsthand that with access and encouragement, what that can do. And it doesn't just change one life, it really does change the life, the trajectory of a family. And we recognize that. Dr. Arbayo and your team, the School of Continuing Ed here at Mount SAC is amazing. I think we might be the largest continuing education program in the state, and we just slightly bumped out some of our friends in San Diego. But we are so excited that the fact that this is not a competition, this is about working together and serving people, you know? And so we are, as you spend the next couple of days here at Mount SAC, we take pride in what you represent. The courage to reimagine education for everybody who needs a new beginning. So as a board president of Mount San Antonio College, I dub each one of you a Mountie today. You are an honorary Mountie. So welcome to Mount SAC. Thank you for shaping California's future, one learner at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hidalgo. It is my honor to introduce our fearless leader for the California Community College Chancellor's Office. A leader whose vision is shaping the future of California community colleges, Chancellor Dr. Sonia Christian. We are grateful and privileged that you are here with us and that you have set the goals that you have set for this system in relation to serving and preparing adult learners. Dr. Christian, throughout her career, she has shown us how to balance visionary leadership with collaboration, how to harness the bytes of data to drive student success and equity, and how to push boundaries so that community colleges can truly transform lives. From her early days as a mathematics faculty member at Bakersfield College to serving as its 10th president and now as chancellor, Dr. Christian has been unwavering in her commitment to harnessing the talent, ingenuity, and dedication of people around her to transform education and students' lives. Dr. Christian's Vision 2030 challenges us to imagine what is possible for every student, every college, and every community. Through this bold roadmap, she inspires us to remove barriers, advance equity, and create pathways that lead to meaningful student success and economic mobility. It is a privilege to welcome to the stage a trailblazer whose leadership challenges us to balance, innovate, and boldly reimagine the future of our colleges. Our Chancellor, my friend, Dr. Sonia Christian.
I think I'm mic'd, so. Good morning.
Good morning.
Whew. Let me recognize Board of Governors Vice President Bill Rawlings. Please stand up again and be recognized. Those of you at Mount SAC know Bill really well, and for those of you who don't, Bill has been a tremendous leader for our system. And often when we tend to make issues like seriously complicated, like only educators can do, Bill kind of cuts through the noise and comes up with practical solutions and always has an ability to find win-win in situations that appear to be sort of mutually exclusive. He kind of finds that path forward. So I truly appreciate all of Bill's support. I'm now in my third year as Chancellor, hard to believe. I want to go back to 2023. Both Madeline and Tina had both mentioned sort of the launch of, the age. They talk about the age of AI, right? But we're talking about the age of non-credit instruction. It's the pioneering disruption of our times. A few days ago, I was at a meeting, and one of my UC colleagues was talking about how the UCs are now looking at their extension campuses to focus on skills-based courses that complement the degrees within the UCs. And I was thinking, well, we've been doing that. We've been doing that in our non-credit, within our campuses and our three non-credit colleges. So in 2023, I was actually offered the job in February and took over in June. And I was sort of scanning the horizon to see, okay, who can be kind of someone I can connect with to really start mobilizing the adult ed space. And I saw this incredible woman on social media. She was like everywhere, right? I'm watching her, okay, she's got it. She's got that spark. Actually, I messaged Dr. Tina King. Was it Facebook or LinkedIn or? Twitter, okay. Yeah, all of us now don't kind of use Twitter very much anymore. But I messaged Dr. King, and we started a conversation. And that resulted in the first inaugural Noncredit Summit. And what I loved about that first summit was you brought in data, but you brought a cultural aspect to it. And you created the conditions to have the difficult conversations. And you're really a warrior, on the policy front and the other front. So we kind of got started with that. Also, Chancellor Greg Smith, I think you were in room at that time. And then, your commitment to the work. And as we were wrapping up, and I also want to recognize our Academic Senate President, Cheryl. You and I started together in 2023. And the whole idea of non-credit, we were kind of working together on how do we elevate. I know Cheryl was talking about the curriculum institutes, how to kind of get, traction. And at that time on the Board of Governors was Paul Medina. I'm so glad you came. Paul, please stand up. We need to celebrate you. So if you don't know this gentleman, go find him during the break and say hello. He is a former student, member of the Board of Governors, and in my formative time as Chancellor, Paul was like the voice of, we've got to do more, we've got to do more. So we're kind of leaning in. The whole board leaned into the Vision 2030. So at that summit in 2023. I was just so happy when Chancellor Byron Breland made the announcement on day 2. He's like, well, we're going to be hosting it at North Orange next year. And North Orange is very special in the state infrastructure for non-credit because the technical assistance provider is actually housed at the North Orange Continuing Ed with President Valentina Pertel. In fact, last night, I was talking to her, trying to figure out some of the mechanisms for AI literacy, and I'll talk about it in my remark. Oh my gosh, Madeline, you're timing me right, and here I am storytelling. Oh my gosh. So maybe I should get focused. Okay. But as I kind of get older and wiser, it's important, the storytelling aspect and really centering human beings who do this work becomes extremely, extremely important. So here we are in year 3, and Dr. Garcia, Martha, my friend, I'm glad you introduced me as your friend, said, yeah, I'm going to do it in year 3, and partnered up with Tina to pull the event together. And what meticulous detail today at this event. So today, I'm supposed to talk about the state of non-credit And I've got a few slides to let you know that the state of non-credit instruction here in the state of California, in the California community colleges, is extremely strong. And we've got data to show that. So this line graph shows us longitudinal data of where we were more than 10 years ago and where we are now in terms of enrollments. And Terrence Willett, who's a researcher who's working on this portfolio, wanted to make sure that I shared with you that about 25% of our students take non-credit classes, and I thought he would be really happy when Martha Garcia mentioned how the credit and non-credit students kind of go back and forth and Mount SAC, how it's sort of an integrated portfolio. So about 25%, but only 4% of non-credit students are on a CTE non-credit courses, and our office tracks the CTE courses especially. So this data deals with only the CTE subset of our non-credit portfolio. This shows the completion rates, and the delta between those that are enrolling and completion is actually narrowing, so that's a good thing. I wanted to spend a little bit of time this morning talking about CDCPs. We all know this. For those of you who are not familiar, Career Development and College Prep, I think, CDCP. Okay, and my gosh, I can't believe I didn't recognize our Secretary of Labor, Stuart Knox. Let's give it up for this incredible. Talking about incredible humans, Stuart really is an incredible human. I often forget that he carries the title of secretary. I mean, imagine, he has this portfolio, and you'll hear from him later, but he's so accessible to all of us. Our leadership in the community colleges sort of reach out to Stuart Knox, and we always find a friend in this work. So here are our numbers for CDCPs, and I want to today sort of put an exclamation on CDCP. So if you have not been tracking the CDCP data in your own college campus, this is my first ask. And I always have asks when I get up on the stage. So make sure you track that and you signal that this is probably the gold standard of offering that pathway to a credential. And the state of California recognized this in 2006. It was in 2006 that SB 361 was signed by the governor at that time, Gray Davis, and the author of the bill, Senator Jack Scott, who later became Chancellor Jack Scott. And at that time, Mark Drummond was the chancellor of the California community colleges. I always now kind of check in and see who was the chancellor at that time, And when I went back and I was reading the background history, Jack Scott was very forward-looking. He recognized in 2006 that California needed to be ready and prepared to incentivize our structures to support our adult learners and our workers, working California, to have the ability to easily access training that will give them the ability to get their next job and have that sort of economic and social mobility. So at that time, it also came with an investment of $159 million to support this work. So that resulted in, okay. So then what I was looking at is all of us are looking at ways in which we can improve our systems. What are the problems? And then we become warriors, and then we're in Sacramento, fighting the policy fight. But I thought today I wanted to be in a celebratory mode, and today I wanted to be in a mode of gratitude about what we're doing right in the state of California. So in kind of the landscape scanning that I did, I want to share with you that I'm really proud of the way California funds our non-credit offerings. We fund it in two ways, through our general non-credit and through our CDCPs. There are other states that do fund it in the appropriations in the formula, like North Carolina and some other states. But more often than not, typically, these are funded through tuition that, students pay, and sometimes it's shared between state apportionment and then the individual kind of sharing. It's a shared cost model. That's more typical. And most of us are familiar with our funding formula, and I wanted to remind us again that CDCP gets funded at a really high rate, $7,500. So even thinking about it carefully in the program design, even if you launch it with a regular non-credit, see how you can then map it into a CDCP. Another aspect of California is that we are sort of a pathway state. All of the work we do is really related to what is that pathway to the next credential. And every year that I live on this planet, I understand pathways just a little bit more about how powerful it is for the worker, okay? Community colleges, we are connected to industry, and we have been known historically as the arm of industry that does sort of the workforce training. I remember in the Central Valley when those wind turbines were being built, we immediately gear up, who are the installers, how do we deploy? We kind of are agile, and we're able to get those skills out into the marketplace really quickly. We have that ability to do that. And in that way, we support the industry. But we also intrinsically have a commitment to the worker, not just the industry. So we balance it, and we do it so beautifully, and we do it gracefully, and we do it with full commitment. Our commitment to the workers is why pathways is important. We don't want to have some kind of a series of courses that results in a dead end, particularly for our workers who are struggling, and when they come back, they need to pick up the next class and then be able to get kind of the next job on that career trajectory, right? So they don't have time to waste, and we need to be recognizing their skills and certificates, skills through certificates every step of the way, right? So that is where that pathways concept is so entrenched in the California culture. And it goes beyond the community colleges. Everywhere you turn, you hear the word pathways. And I'm like hugely proud of that. That is not necessarily the case when you look across the nation. Many states do it. For example, I love the Washington iBest program. And there are several examples of states really committing to workers and the concept of social and economic mobility. And then the last piece that I wanted to brag about, again, just being grateful and celebrating California, is that we counted in our MIS. Non-credit students are in our MIS. Do we do necessarily a good job? And I was talking to Terrence, he's like, well, after the pandemic, we're like underreporting. And yes, we have to do better and we have to do more. But let's pause today and really celebrate what we're doing right. Many of the states across the nation don't report it in their centralized data structures. It mostly happens at the margins. So the other piece that Terrence and Chris Ferguson was here. Chris is leading our thought process within the Chancellor's office as we're gearing up for the next policy phase, which sort of kickstarts in January when the governor's budget comes out. So we're really, and we work very closely with Stuart and with Abby in the labor agency. So the differential of the impact of non-credit instruction is something that Terrence keeps track of, and he's got a formula with which he calculates it. So that demonstrates the impact. So now I'm moving into the second segment of my remarks for you this morning before I wrap up. And so looking ahead, what's on my mind, what is on the minds of those in the Chancellor's office, and what is it that I would like to uplift today in terms of the work and the asks for you to consider. And of course, I'm going to mention credit for prior learning. And this Sam Lee right there, so he's like, yeah, credit for prior learning. Wanted to touch on HR 1 legislation. I know that our Health and Human Services is grappling with it. They're trying to strategize with the labor agency to find solutions. And we need to step in and also offer up solutions, given that some of the criteria on the federal bill that was passed in this administration, there's different criteria that need to be met in order for our Californians, for Americans to qualify for SNAP and for Medicaid. So we'll talk about that. And then I want to wrap up with AI literacy. And on my table, it actually had a quote on AI literacy, is economic and social mobility. It was connecting it to economic mobility. So those are the three main points I want to leave with you. So let's go to credit for prior learning. Always when I'm trying to figure out, what is our universe that we need to be impacting? We have close to 2.2 million students. But here is some data about the 6.8 million that you've heard, about the 2.5 million who are living in poverty. We have the 4 million who have less than a high school diploma. So these are large numbers, right? And whose responsibility is it to reach out to take college for economic mobility to these Californians? It is the California community colleges. But those numbers get daunting, and it gets daunting. For me, I feel my cortisol start pumping, and then paralysis starts setting into my muscles. I have to like shake it off, and then say, okay, now how do we tackle it, right? We start setting targets, and then start looking at, okay, what are small chunks of work we can tackle? So this is our Vision 2030 data slide for CPL. We are hoping that, or we are planning for, not hoping, that we will have 250,000 Californians who have CPL, that we have awarded CPL. When Sam presented this slide to the Board of Governors, I think at our last meeting, one of our members of the Board of Governors, and probably you all know her, Pam Haynes, was like, well, tell me, is this like a dream, or can you really do it? And we are really focused on making this happen by 2030. And the strategy we are adopting at the Chancellor's office, and it might be something, and all of our colleges are doing this as well, is yes, if a person comes to a college and asks for their work to be evaluated for credit for prior learning, we must, by law, provide that service to them. And we need to be strategic. Can we find groups that we can engage with so that we can accelerate and do the analysis and the mapping for that particular group? All of you have heard about the Veteran Sprint, and it is coming up pretty fast. Today is October 16th, right? And November 11th, on Veterans Day, we want to make a big announcement. And the announcement goes something like this. California community colleges have 30,000 veterans. And we are here to announce that all 30,000 have been granted one course, 3 to 4 credits for the basic military training. Okay, colleges are mobilizing. So my ask of you is to text a few people at your college campus and say, have you heard about the Veteran Sprint? If not, give Sam Lee's email so they can email Sam. And he's got a team ready to go to work with your team and turn it around in a week or in 2 weeks so we can make it within that November 11th deadline. Similarly, we have sprints for apprenticeship. Many of you are engaged with the United Domestic Worker Project. You know, Secretary Knox and I were just having a conversation here. And the reality for populations like the UDW, we have to provide the services. So the cost of doing this work is more expensive, but our state is investing, and we need to continue to invest to support these populations since we are committed to economic mobility. Recently, the most recent sprint that we are engaging with is the EMS core. And I'm not sure if you're going to be mentioning it. Stuart was at this event yesterday along with Sam and others. And our sprint with the EMS core is to be able to provide credit for prior learning and get them onto a pathway. We're working with the Academic Senate to do model curriculum, and we have several AI projects. So when you think of the Common Course Numbering Project, when you think of translating skills into outcomes, skills is what industry talks about. We have learning outcomes in our courses. All of that work can be done through AI. So we have several AI projects that we're rolling out from the Chancellor's office. I asked Sam to put together a pathway more because I wanted to share with you how we're thinking about it in the Chancellor's office. So the minute I'm looking at the dashboards from the MAP platform, the first question that I'm engaged in and I'm asking is, so once a student or a Californian gets these CPL, what next? What is the pathway? So we cannot have the thought about CPL without having the thought about pathway. You see how pathways is like the fundamental part of our architecture. So immediately, Sam created this. A student from an EMS core can automatically get potentially 8.5 credits in CPL or up to 17. There are colleges in our system that give up to 17 credits for this EMS core. But then if you look, it maps into an associate's degree in paramedic or in fire technology to a BS, a bachelor's, a community college bachelor's. And then I asked him, so which are the colleges that offer these bachelors? And he's able to pull up the data. So immediately we're thinking about pathways. In fact, after this slide was prepared, I'm sorry, the previous slide was prepared, I learned that ELAC, one of our colleges, has an ISA agreement with EMS, so they're actually getting college credit as they're completing the EMS core. But we have 500 Californians who've gone through the EMS but don't have CPL, so we've got to go back and provide the CPL. So again, from the Chancellor's office, when I'm asking for data, then I'm asking, okay, what are the colleges? You can't read this, but it's how we think about it. Which are the colleges that offer a paramedic degree? Okay, there are 15 colleges. Could we do a CPL? There's fire technology, there's health information. So that's that pathway thinking, always going to what are the pathways, how do we connect it up? Okay, so that CPL was my largest piece of the three focus areas. Let me move into the second area of focus, which is HR1. There are three areas that the Health and Human Services Secretary had mentioned to me when we have a project together called Breaking Barriers. And once HR1 came into existence, everyone is like, how do we kind of meet the minimum qualifications? So I want to ask all of you to consider non-credit as a possibility to meet the first requirement. So even though it says work requirement, when you read the bullets under the work requirement, it's also going to college in a certificate program that lands a job. So we can offer non-credit to meet this requirement. So if you can jot this down as something, if you're not engaged with it, to connect with your county social services. So I'm going to move to the last part of my remarks for today, and that is AI literacy. And many of you have heard it because I think this is the fourth speech I'm giving that I'm kind of putting it out there, and I'm hoping it gets traction. So I was kind of scanning last night to see like where do we have in our system AI courses and AI literacy. And here are four I came across. It doesn't mean others are not doing it. So I saw one at Bakersfield College. It's a 9-hour non-credit. It's a few classes kind of combined together. I saw one at San Bernardino called AI and Essential Skills. I picked up one at San Diego Adult School, AI for Business, Santiago Canyon. And So we already have, and I'm sure most of our colleges already have these programs. This is my last slide. We have a reach into our community like no other system has. Chris Ferguson always tells me it's a $19 billion enterprise that we have. So with that comes serious responsibilities to make sure Californians are well prepared to deal with changing times, and we are in changing times. We know in our day-to-day life, when we are participating in civil society, when we are participating in our democracy, when we are participating in just the daily lives, that misinformation, deep fakes is prevalent, and it's significantly prevalent. So we need to have the tools to be able to know what is authentic and what is synthetic. That is our obligation. So we have coined a phrase called prompt and verify. Yes, prompting, now almost everyone is starting to engage with ChatGPT or with Gemini or with Claude, but the verification is not gaining momentum at the same rate. In fact, I would much prefer the verification be the one that is highlighted in our work. Could we say that by December 2026, that 200,000 Californians would have gone through a program of a workshop which they learn how to prompt and to verify? Maybe it's a 5-hour workshop. Could we get to these individuals through an online format, but could we also, through community-based organizations, get to them in person? Could we use the idea of Service Corps to mobilize and make this happen? So I wonder if there is a way in which I'm imagining having classes across our system where a faculty member has a group of 20 students. We have 2.2 million students, right? So to reach Californians, to do that 200,000 goal should be easy. So I'm imagining, what if those 20 students each had the obligation to do a community workshop in an 8-week semester, right? Do a community workshop with 20. So that's the learning outcome for the class, that they are organizing a community workshop and they're teaching that workshop. So if you have 20 times each workshop as 20, just in those 4 weeks, you've got 400 community members who are in this particular course for prompting and verifying. Because after all, the California community colleges, we take care of our students, we take care of our communities, and we take care of our planet. We move with urgency because our time is. Thank you very much.
Okay, so why are we here today? One word. Right, so this is our dream team over here, and they are going to basically share all of their experiences they've had with the wonderful programs they've been. And so this is our highlight. And so please welcome our students and Dr. Tammy Pearson, who will be the moderator. Just one reminder, those of you who might be going to Play Lab, you need to go sign up with a QR code, okay? So, okay, hand it over to Tammy. And also thank you, Dr. Christian. Just the words and where you say we need to be going is exactly where many of us agree. And so thank you for the Vision 2030 and for prioritizing adult learners. Thank you.
Don't steal my stuff. Good morning. My name is Tammy Pearson. I'm the Associate Vice President here at Mount SAC in the School of Continuing Education. And to be clear, this is the dream team right here, not me. I'm just here to kind of make sure that we keep moving forward with this. So this is always the best part of any conference, is having the opportunity to talk to the students. And that's what we're going to be doing for the next half hour or so, is hearing the students' stories. With that, I'm going to get going. I'm going to introduce them, and then we'll get into our first question. At the far end down there, we have Marnelli Marquez. She is representing Mount SAC. She's a non-credit student here at Mount SAC. Next, we have Miguel Soto Trocoli, who attended North Orange Continuing Education. Miguel. Next, we have Ruby Nasur from Citrus College. And last but not least, we have Ahir Melendez coming to us all the way from San Diego College of Continuing Education. So with that, we are going to get into our first question. The first question all the students are going to answer. And we're going to start down there with Marnelli. Please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what led you to your non-credit program.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marnelli Marquez, and I'm honored to share my piece of journey with you all today. A few years ago, I was working in an office, but then one day, I was asked to put aside the papers and pick up the mop. As I stood there cleaning the floor, I thought to myself, is this where my story ends? Is this all I can do? That moment hurt me, but it also woke me up. I realized I had more to give for myself, for my children, and for others. Because part of me, part of my purpose is to serve and give back. So I found the courage to pick up the phone and call Mount SAC. That call became my turning point, the first step that opened the door to a new beginning. With the support of the director of the DREAM program, Sir Dario Fernandez, and with the guidance of the counseling professor at the non-credit, Professor Reño Caroch, I was able to start my journey in the non-credit. They have helped me move my education forward.
Thank you, Marnelli. Next up, we have Miguel.
That is very powerful, and I thank you for sharing as well. So I put 3 bullet points down here. Again, I'm sorry, my name is Miguel Soto Trocoli. I'm here representing North Orange. And a little bit about my background. I'm a first-generation college student. My mom immigrated from Ecuador as well, and my dad immigrated from Mexico. So I've been here in Orange County my whole life. Being born in the 90s, I dealt with a lot of racism, I feel like. I think that was one of the major struggles that I had to struggle with as well, which led, despite doing well in school, it led to a lot of setbacks and problems. So dropping out of high school in 2009 after being in honors classes in the gifted and talented education program was hard. You know, it was difficult to know that I had some sort of capacity in school and then dropping out, going to parties, living that type of lifestyle. And then in 2010, only a year later, thankfully, I found North Orange, which I was very grateful for, knowing that it's free. You know, or not technically free, but to the students it's free. So thank you for everyone who has that mission to make it free for us as well. The adult program is still very close to my heart. Joan, I think I remember her name was, and even though it was over 15 years ago, very impactful. So that's what led me to North Orange, and I worked a little bit, went back to working, helped my dad, and some learning about myself, learning about the world. I went back in 2020, which that was where I solidified myself with North Orange. And President Valentina, thank you so much for being who you are and all the amazing support. And Chancellor Brilland, really appreciate it. So life is hard. There's a lot of ups and downs. And Marinelli, thank you for sharing your story. I struggled with substances for 10 years, 3 years sober now. So I want to keep it short as well. But thank you, and I appreciate everyone for being here, and I understand that we all have our own things we have to face, so thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing, Miguel. Ruby.
So happy today to participate this event, exception event. Thank you for Monsac. Thank you because I represent my college, Citrus College. My name is Ruby Kaiso Di Bansur, and I'm from Syria. I came to US in 2021. My daughter married an American 13 years ago and has been living here. So now I have a green card. I was born in Aleppo, Syria in 1956. I'm old. I studied French literature and got my degree in 1985. I speak French and Arabic well. When I first got here, I knew I had to learn English. It was important for talking to people and being part of the community. My daughter, all time, she's my sponsor. She was a student at Citrus College and told me to join the free classes there. From my first day at Citrus College, the people in the program were helpful and always ready to give a hand. The office workers like Mrs. Turno always had so nice and warm smile that made me feel welcome and comfortable. The campus was also beautiful and clean. And thank you for my teacher, Daniel Rosali. She's here and she supports me also.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, here.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. The last but not least. Thank you for having me. It's for me a pleasure to be here and also to be, it's an honor to be part of the beautiful panel. My name is Yahir Melendez. I'm from Venezuela. I am immigrant people as well. And I joined to the non-credit program because I saw the non-credit program the great opportunity to learn English and also to learn new skills. But now I'm a student, I study ESL because the language is the key to join the community, to grow, and they help others. Finally, years ago, I read something like this: the greater your aspiration, the greater your ability to communicate must be. I want to say thank you, Dr. King, because she encouraged me to join in the role as a student trustee. Thank you, Chancellor Smith, to be here. Thank you, the staff of the San Diego College of Continuing Education. And what I did is I proud to be the student of the San Diego College of Continuing Education.
Thank you all. If this does not inspire us to continue to do what we're doing, nothing will. Jumping into our next question, this is going to be for Yahir and Ruby.
I really like meeting people.
Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. She knows the question, so. Ruby, we will start with you. Let them know. Can you share what challenges you have experienced while in your non-credit program? Ruby, go ahead.
Sure. I really like meeting people from different countries and cultures. All of us in the program are immigrants. At first, we just used simple English and even hand sign to talk. My first teacher, Mr. Robert Kinder, was so patient. He explained things clearly, often using his hands to help and understand. I always remember him for helping me learn when I had little to no experience. Going to school every day, a big deal for me, really. I didn't have transportation. I had a lot of family responsibility. But whenever I have a problem, the staff at Citrus College listened and helped me find a way to fix it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You hear what challenges?
Yeah, the challengers. Okay. Learning and balancing classes, work, role as a student trustee as well. And the last but not least, family was and is really hard. But I overcame it by practicing every day, asking for help, and the most important, never giving up, never giving up, because this taught me persevering and courage. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnelli and Miguel, going to you for the next question. You both are moving on with your education and going into your next step, your next pathway with that. How did your non-credit program prepare you to reach these goals?
My non-credit program gave me more than academic skills. It gave me confidence and direction. When I first stepped into my classes, I felt small and unsure. But with every assignment I finished, every test that I passed, and even earning A's in each classes which I thought were impossible, I felt like I was climbing out of the shadows into the light. Non-credit became my foundation, each step reminding me that I was capable of more than I ever imagined. I am so grateful to say that I have been accepted in the nursing program here at Mount SAC. Thank you so much. This is a dream come true and also just the beginning. My goal is to become a registered nurse, then continue to my BSN and MSN, and one day return to Mount SAC as a professor to inspire other students. Because I'm so grateful and they have inspired me. They have helped me every step of the way. Non-credit prepared me for this journey by giving me the courage. It showed me that it is never too late, and that even someone like me who once felt stuck can rise, step up toward achieving something greater.
Thank you, Marnelli. That's awesome. Mount SAC's looking forward to continuing having you here. Miguel?
Yeah, so discipline, time management, preparation, networking, experience, and knowledge. Being a pharmacy technician was my dream in 2010, and I wasn't able to complete it then. Right now, I'm an advanced certified pharmacy technician certified by the PPCB. Thank you. It was not easy, so my dad has a small business, a diesel machine shop. I actually took the management and administrative professional certificate programs at NOCE to thinking of him and our relationship and also helping his business. That led me to have a better relationship with him as well. So thank you, Mom and Dad, for being here too as well. Appreciate it. Creating the community and family that I did at NOCE helped me create a community and family at Fullerton College and also at Cypress College. And I feel like, this is also a community and family. And coming out of the darkness, as Marinelli did, or kind of still swimming around in the darkness during those periods of time were very difficult. But I was able to get my Associates of Arts in Psychology from Cypress College as well. So shout out to Dr. Thayer and his team at Cypress College as well. Really appreciate him. And I created a community at Cypress College through the psychology department. Shout out to all my mentors. If I would want to shout out everyone if I could, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to even possibly be part of the department in the future. That pathway thankfully led me to UCI, where I'm almost done with my Bachelor's of Psychological Science right now, and I'm very grateful for that as well. So thank you. Thank you. And the reason I'm sharing this, because pathways, as we've been talking about, are so important. I actually worked with NOCE as an allied health pathway specialist, helping students in the medical assistant, pharmacy tech, and also the personal care aid programs. So that was very important for me. That kind of encouraged more of this pathway. And now I'm actually teaching a class inside the Theo Lacey Jail Facility with the UCI Underground Scholars. Thank you. Thank you. It's called the UCI Pathways to College course. So I'm doing my best to absorb everything that I've learned from amazing mentors, amazing leaders. There's so many of you in here in this room, and just internalizing that knowledge and being able to share this knowledge with the students. I actually brought some of my homework that I'm going to grade for the first time with them, having them in mind right now. So great individuals, 6 young men in there. So I think the reason why I want to share this is there's so many walks of life. You know, we're older adults, younger adults, people in all kinds of walks of lives. Education is so important. So thank you for everyone who makes this possible. And Dr. Garcia, thank you for also having this and making it possible, Dr. Christian. So thank you, everyone, for making it possible. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you, Miguel. I'm going to change it up. I want you two to answer the same question, but what are you going to do when you're done with your program? So you want to start first? It's kind of that second question. But what are you going to do when you're done with your non-credit program? What do you want to do with that?
Okay, I would like to enroll in the maybe counseling career, because it's my second role. In San Diego College District, we have another college offer that career. For me, I think it's amazing. It's amazing way to serving the people, to serving the student, to serving the community. If that is the way I give the country gives me. That is the way.
Thank you. Ruby?
For me, I want to go to university all time. I get a degree in public relation or nursing.
Excellent. Thank you.
Maybe with you.
Dr. Marnelli, she'll help you. Before we get into our last question, I do want to recognize we have a few of their family and friends here at that table. So just thank you. We know that they couldn't be here without all of you. So jumping into our last question, and we will start here at this end with you here. Our theme of the next 2 days is transformation and how non-credit has transformed your lives. Yeah. So Yahir, starting with you, what is the one word you would describe your transformation? What would that be and why?
Yeah, the great question, because I think the empower, because San Diego College offer different program empower the students. So right now I feel capable, confident, and ready to take my next step in my life. First of all, I'm here to communicate with you in Spanish, in English. that is amazing for me. That is amazing for me to communicate in English, beautiful language as well. And finally, I think learning and growing here inspired me to keep serving and to keep achieving. And I would like to close with this phrase in our college. Move forward together. Forward together, yes.
That's great. Ruby, same question.
One word to describe my transformation would be successful. Citrus College has helped me succeed in many ways, and I consider it as my second home. Everyone there, my teacher, counselor, and classmate, is so kind and respectful. I want to prove that if you keep at it, you can succeed at any age. My biggest dream is to be a good and respected citizen to help my community and to show everyone that it's never too late to learn and start fresh. It's never too late.
Thank you. Miguel.
I just want to say I resonate with what everyone has been saying. My word is resilient or resiliency. I feel like now than ever, that is very important for a lot of people, and especially me with everything that's going on. So thank you.
And lastly, Marnelli.
If I had to choose one word to describe my transformation, it would be the word bridge. Because parents are the present. We are the bridge that carries our children from today into tomorrow. Through education, with the help of the non-credit programs, I have become that bridge, showing my children that when life pushes you down, you can still rise and begin again. We often hear the phrase, "The youth is our future," and that is true. Our children hold the promise of tomorrow. But sometimes we forget about the present.
Yes.
We, as parents, are the present. We are the ones working, studying, and persevering today so that our children can have a stronger tomorrow. For me, going back to school was not just about earning an education. It was about showing my children what resilience looks like and proving to them and to myself that it is never too late to begin again. That is the power of being a bridge. We, as adult learners, don't just change our own lives. We shape the lives of the next generation. And that is why my one word is bridge. Thank you.
Just want to thank everybody up here. This was the best day and the best panel of the whole day. Talking to students is just, thank you again for sharing your stories. It just, I think I said, inspires us. Dr. Christian, you said something about what we're doing right. This is what we're doing right within non-credit.
Thank you. Thank you all.
And Dr. Garcia, you reminded us earlier why we do what we do. This is also why we do what we do. Thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your conference.
Thank you all.
well.
Thank you.
And then we'll be back for another panel. Thank you.
try to be perfect. Do you know what your worth is? You always give, but you don't take. Don't you deserve it? Always running around circles. Gotta be there when they need your care, but you need a break or two. Or two or three. Tryna look after them, gotta look after yourself too. But you can't give away something you don't have to lose. She just wants a love. She just wants a love. She just wants a love. So don't change, no, don't change, no. Got love in your DNA. Well, she's a lion, but she'll never roar to prove a point. Quietly sure of her own mind, and if they know best, they'll join her side, yeah. Don't make no mistake. She's at her heartaches, yeah. She's at her heartbreak, time and again, but no, she don't focus on it. Oh, there's so much unpromised. You best believe her if you get and keep her. No, these jeans are red, should rethink what you knew before. She just wants a love. She just wants a love. She just wants a love. So don't change, no, don't change, no. Got love in your DNA. We should have your name up in lights now. It would take the Hollywood sign out. Well, no, don't you ever have no doubts. I'll be cheering your side loud. They should have your name up in lights now. It would take the Hollywood sign out. Well, sometimes the rain must fall down so the sky can be found. She just wants the love. She just wants the love. Oh, love. She just wants the love, 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 love. So don't change, no, don't change, no, no. She just wants the love.
I just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it, I mean it. Need it, need the kind of love you give, I mean it. Need it, I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline, it's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. Time flies in a heartbeat, first kiss in the backseat. No sorrows back when we were younger. Live life for the memories, just friends, no enemies. What didn't kill us only made us stronger. I walk around these streets nowadays, all these times so far, far away. I close my eyes, it's like yesterday. And I remember this easy life when we were kids. When we were kids. Found love on the bed sheets, made life so bittersweet. Riding roller coasters in the front row. We got no recipe, there was no remedy. But that's how it was meant to be, though. I walk around these streets nowadays, all these times so far, far away. I close my eyes, it's like yesterday. And I remember this easy life when we were kids. When we were kids. When we were kids. And I remember this easy life when we were kids. I walk around these streets nowadays, all these times so far, far away. I close my eyes, it's like yesterday. And I when in this charming car, this charming man. What has the lights in place to carry, carry, I would go out tonight, but I haven't got a stitch to wear.
We're going to go ahead and get ready to start with the next panel. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you. I'm looking forward to engaging with my colleagues on this panel, so thank you all. I am Dr. Marta Garcia, proud president of Mount SAC, and honored to moderate this panel with my colleagues this morning. On stage, we have trailblazing CEO colleagues who are contributing to a vision of non-credit. On stage, we have Dr. Tina King, president for San Diego College of Continuing Education. Dr. Alberto Roman, Chancellor for Los Angeles Community College District. And Valentina Pertnell, President, North Orange Continuing Education. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and thank you for the work that you do every single day in contribution to our students and our communities. As we center ourselves this morning, and we'll learn from them and hear about their commitment and the purpose that they fulfill every day as leaders, we're going to start with asking each of them to provide a brief introduction of themselves and their why. What does it mean for you as CEOs to lead with vision and purpose on behalf of non-credit students? And how do you elevate non-credit on your campus, starting with Dr. King?
All right, well, thank you. Can you all hear me? All right, thank you so much. Well, first of all, I want to say I'm really excited to be here on this panel with my colleagues, folks that I know are truly committed to this work, and being facilitated by Dr. Garcia. So for me, I am at San Diego College of Continuing Education, where we serve about 30,000 students. That's for you, Trustee Hidalgo. We serve about 30,000 students annually with about 10,800 FTES. And so we have a very large non-credit institution. It's a standalone adult education institution, very similar to North Orange Continuing Ed, within a multi-college district. And we have 7 campuses, 8 getting ready to be built due to our amazing bond that was just passed. But when the question is posed in terms of who I am and a little bit about myself, I have to share that my story is very similar to my Marinelli's story. and many of our student stories that we heard today. As I was listening to Marinelli's story, and I don't know if I'm saying it right, Marinelli's story reminded me a lot of my mother's story. Being a non-credit advocate is a full circle for me. My mother, who was an immigrant from another country, came to the US with no English, and it was through ESL at LA Southwest College that she was able to take the ESL classes in non-credit and get her manager certificate there at Southwest College. And through that, she was able to get a job as a cafeteria manager for Los Angeles Unified School District. I share that story because of my mother's experience. It opened up the door to me and my siblings. So when I think about non-credit, I think about what Nelson Mandela said when he says that education is liberation. I feel that in my bones. I truly believe that. And so for me as a president at a standalone non-credit adult education institution, I am the residual effect of the power of non-credit. It was through my mother's story, through her struggle, it was through what non-credit did for her that it was able to transform my life and my siblings' lives. And she was a woman who did not go back to school into her 30s and had 5 children. And so because of her, myself and several of my other siblings are in education, working in the California Community College system in different areas. And so that is a little bit about who I am. And to continue on, when the question is asked, and I have to look at my notes because I'll keep going. I gotta, can't keep telling the story, the storytelling. But what I really believe in terms of the mission and vision of non-credit is, like I shared earlier, is to alleviate poverty. I think about our student Yahir, who was so humble when he was up here. For many of you, you don't know, Yahir actually has a doctorate in Venezuela. And so he had to come to another country and start over. And I think about Tara Yoso's theoretical framework when she talks about navigational capital. And that's what we give our students. We don't give them a different type of capital. They already come in with this resilience and this cultural. And so I want to be very clear that this empowerment theory, we don't give that to them. They already have that in them. But what we do give them is we give them an opportunity to take English classes so they can learn language acquisition, so that they can learn to navigate our educational system. We give them short-term certificates that lead to livable wages. And so the mission and vision in my mind of non-credit is to remove barriers for our students, to create access for us to meet our students where they are, all of the non-credit students that we serve, and we have 300 free programs. Students come in for many different reasons, as you all know. Some of them want the language acquisition. Some of them want to continue to excel at their in their workforce, right? They need to take that one class that will give them that bump. And so I believe that our role as educators is to create programs that not only help them to be able to take care of their family, but able to sustain their family with livable wages so that they could be able to transform their family's trajectory long term. And so the vision to me is about creating access, removing barriers, and to make sure that our students are not stuck in poverty.
Chancellor Roman.
I'm supposed to follow that, right?
Yes.
Juliet, I should have gone first. No, first of all, let me take this opportunity again to thank you. It's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be with 3 amazing leaders in the community college system. Can we give them a round of applause, please? I'm honored, really, to be up here. I've been thinking a lot about this summit, and to me, it's near and dear to my heart. Similar to Dr. King, I'm an immigrant and first-generation college graduate. I wasn't born in this country. English was not my first language. And I am an immigrant, and I'm a proud immigrant. Right. And sometimes when people talk about immigrant these days, we get a little reserved. But let me tell you, community college districts in California serve all immigrants proudly. They serve all immigrants proudly. Right. I am the Chancellor now in my 11th month, and that includes my interim stint, by the way. So 5 months as a permanent Chancellor of LACCD. Los Angeles Community College District, for those of you who may not know, is the largest community college district in the nation. Certainly in the state, we have 9 beautiful campuses across close to 900 square miles in Los Angeles. 205,000 students that we proudly serve, and some of the most diverse students of any region. And why do I say that? I say that because this is where non-credit really comes into play.
there is a section of our community that doesn't get served well when it comes to higher education. These are communities that are marginalized, historically marginalized. These are communities that do not have direct and easy access to education. These are communities that don't speak English. These are communities that are poor. These are communities who have not, in their generational lineage, have not seen education as a first option. And this is why non-credit is so important, because these are the individuals that we need to be more purposeful and intentional about serving. When we talk about non-credit at LACCD, we don't see it as credit, non-credit. We see it as educational access to all sectors of our community, right? And I think that's very fundamental to the mission of non-credit, because we have individuals who, they were professionals in their country, but they come here and they don't have the language acquisition and therefore are deprived of educational opportunities. Folks that have been in the workforce for a long time, they need to skill up or tool up, and they need those opportunities. Folks that want to be part of the American system and be able to vote, so they need to get their citizenship. And we go on and on. But here's what's important to me. I believe that an institution tells you where the priorities are based on what they fund. Well, an institution will tell you where the priorities are based on what they fund. So let me talk about LACCD. Harbor College opened up the Center for Community Engagement last year. This is a place about a third of this size. This is a big room, by the way. What a beautiful campus, by the way.
Yeah.
Dr. Garcia, man.
Beautiful. Yeah.
I'm going back with some ideas here, okay? I know Mr. Peter Hidalgo had told me about Mount Sac, but boy, I'll tell you. Anyway, I digressed. So the Center for Engagement here is a one-stop all for our non-credit students. They get their ID, they get matriculated, they get, there's a food pantry with actual fresh produce, if you can believe that. We have a financial aid person, we have a registrar, we have free textbooks, we have actually a space where folks can bring their kids to have kind of a daycare while they're being matriculated. People come from the community into that space, and when they leave, they come out as non-credit students with their ID and with their courses ready to go. That's what Harbor's doing. They have about 700 or 800 students per term. Then we go to the Valley. We have Mission College. Mission College has, okay, we have a Mission College person in here. There you are.
You got a table.
Mission College actually opened a full-on site for non-credit in Pacoima. Any of you that know Pacoima, 96% Latino. An immigrant community, first gen. If we're not purposeful about where we're doing our work, then we're missing the mark here. I was president of East LA College. I know some of our ELAC peeps are here. That's right. When I got to ELAC, we had 2 full-time faculty in non-credit. I said that's unacceptable. We built the program to have now 6 non-credit faculty. That's correct. And although we're not at the numbers you are, just one college alone, ELAC is now enrolling about 30,000 non-credit students across the board. Colleagues, I can go on and on, but here's the point, and my colleagues, I think, are going to resonate with this message as well. We have to focus on the most vulnerable populations in our community that need educational access. We're doing the credit work well, we're doing the CTE, but we can't leave behind the families like Dr. King's, like my family, who came here for the American dream and are just looking for that gateway and that access. It should be at the front, not through the side. And we're very intentional about the work that we do in non-credit at LACCD. So thank you so much for that question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
President Perna.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Valentina Pertel, and I'm honored to be the president of North Orange Continuing Education. A little bit about myself. I am also an immigrant. I came to the United States about 30 years ago from Ukraine, and certainly can relate to many hardships and barriers that our students are going through. And Ruby, my heart goes out to the community of Aleppo. Again, I'm honored to be the president of NOCE. How do we elevate non-credit? Just by the existence of NOCE. Our district had the foresight 50 years ago, and that's how long we've been in existence, 52, to create and sustain through thick and thin a standalone non-credit institution. So we function as a college We are an equal partner to our sister colleges, Cypress College and Fullerton College, and this is just a huge statement. And I think, Dr. Garcia, you mentioned a promise, and that really resonated with me. Our community, our district made a promise to our community to create and sustain a non-credit institution and to grow and to help. And we have served hundreds of thousands of students through 50 years. Right now, we serve about 17,000 a year at 3 standalone centers and 96, as of today, community-based locations. Our goal is 100. And as far as my why, another word that has been mentioned here today by students and by our speakers is transformation. And we all can see that. We saw that in the eyes and the words of our students. Non-credit education has a transformative power. Why? Just think about it. We always say transformation is in DNA of non-credit. Well, what does it actually mean? Our programs of study or our disciplines have special populations embedded in them. Adults with disabilities, older adults, immigrant education. So we as non-credit practitioners have a mission to dive deep into the community, be rooted in the community, and to uplift populations that have been overlooked. My other why, so besides students and the mission, my other why are amazing people with whom I work. There's something, I think it was also said, that non-credit attracts special people, and it really does. Within NOCE and outside of NOCE, my ACE colleagues, you are amazing, and I have been privileged to get to know non-credit practitioners through 23 years of my career in non-credit education, and it has been an amazing journey. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pertel. Now, the next question is for Chancellor Roman. How do you see non-credit programs and services contributing to workforce preparation and economic mobility for our most underrepresented and vulnerable students?
Thank you for that. I think there's a strong correlation between non-credit education and social and economic mobility. And I think we know this, but I'll say it just to understate the point here. There is no greater determinant to social and economic mobility, as your point, than higher education. It starts there. It starts with giving our communities access to education, to empower them, to uplift them, to give them a shot at a better life. So to us, non-credit's front and center. And let me just say this, at LA County, LACCD is contributing about $28.3 billion annually to the actual economy of LA County through the access of education. We are in some way associated with 1 in 29 jobs in LA County through the LACCD. So if we don't think we are contributing significantly to the economy, let's look at the numbers. Here's one thing that I want to highlight that I think has been a proud, I would say, initiative of LACCD. About 3 years ago, we started talking about in-language education. And the reason why is because we looked at our population and saw that there were thousands, I would dare to say millions, of folks who wanted to get into a profession, wanted to get education, but because of so many barriers in their lives, they were not able to go get, learn English. And the idea here was, why not offer education in language? Why not offer in Spanish, Korean, Mandarin, Russian, so that we can open the doors even further to the access of education? And the State Chancellor, Sonia Christian, I got to give her a shout out. They were very supportive of the program that we started. We have now grown to about 9,000 students who have actually received in-language education. The classes are filled. The classes are filled because you see the need. And while I was president of ELAC, we started our first child development certificate fully in Spanish. The first credit program in the state of California in Spanish. Why is that important? Because we know that the folks are working in communities that are Spanish speaking. We now have programs in Mandarin, Korean, and Russian. And so how is that contributing to the economic mobility? It certainly is, because a lot of these folks, I would say 100% of them, are actually going and getting jobs. And that's just the starting point for them, by the way. We say, you know, this is a great job, but what's the next step for you? And I'll tell you, at all of our colleges, we've had stories of success where a student came in to learn English, went through a non-credit program, transitioned to a credit program, graduated with an AA degree, went and received a bachelor's degree and a master's, and came back to their institution. They're now faculty, they're now staff. They're back because they want to give back. The institution that helped them get the start is now the institution they want to come back and contribute to. So our saying here is, you know, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And we see all these folks coming back. So there's tremendous potential. We're interested in working with the Olympics LA28 because we feel a lot of our individuals in our communities just need somebody to believe in them. And the last thing I'll say is this. I have seen hundreds of stories of folks who are on the fence about coming and taking that class. But once they're here, they take the class and they're successful and they say, my goodness, I'm college worthy. I can do this. And then they end up getting these, even doctorate degrees, by the way. To me, it's truly amazing, and it is the transformative power of higher education. So we have a tremendous responsibility to help them. We see the economic impact in our communities, and it is only incumbent upon us to continue to grow in that area. So that's what's happening at LACCD, and I know it's happening across the state with all of our colleges.
The next question is for President King. What are your colleges doing to support non-credit programs that transition non-credit students seamlessly into credit-bearing pathways and with high-demand living wage jobs? And it's it's referred to one, but you have 7 campuses or 7 sites, or even more probably. So can you provide us your insight?
Yeah, absolutely. So in 2021, at the end of 2021, the Association of Community College Trustees, ACCT, went off to create a pilot to create the non-credit to credit alignment lab. And we were very fortunate as the district to be involved in that. They chose 12 colleges to participate across the nation. And because of our ability to create a non-credit to credit alignment, because we have a standalone non-credit and 3 credit colleges in the district, it really made a lot of sense for us. And so in 2022, it could not have been better timing because this was my first year as the president that we were able to really grow this beautiful body of work. And so from there, we were able to create, with the support of this model that came out, we were able to create the non-credit to credit transitions from our CTE certificate programs to the 3 credit colleges. And we did this a little backwards. We did this by utilizing data. We looked at an 8-year trend of data to identify what were the programs that our students were transitioning without any support, without any models being built, without any student services, any articulations, any alignment. And what we found is that there were 2 programs. It was our child development programs from College of Continuing Education Certificate, Child Development Program, and our Certified Nursing Assistant Program to City College. And so we were able to develop 2 pathways that really created the blueprint. And then from there, we saw that there was an ability to create more. And I really want to highlight the automotive non-credit to credit transition program, because our certificate program at the College of Continuing Education, once our students complete our certificate, they're able to go to Miramar College. And instead of starting over as ground 1-0, they actually transfer with 26 units towards their 60 units required to get their associate's degree. And so that has been, and shout out to our Vice President of Instruction who is here, who really helped us create a lot of that work, Dr. Omai. And that was the start of the work that we did with the non-credit to credit alignment pathways. From there, we then thought about this in a very different way. We said, you know, this work is really about alleviating poverty. It's about creating economic mobility. So we have a beautiful certified nursing assistant program, but the credit college has an RN program. Now that's a huge leap. It was really challenging. What we were finding is that most oftentimes our students who were in our CNA program, they were not getting admitted to the RN program. It's a highly impacted program. You all know what we're experiencing in the state of California as it pertains to nursing. And so what we thought about, we looked at is what is our students' livable wage with the CNA program? And it was about $20 to $25 an hour. And we live in San Diego, right? Like who can really live and survive? And we recognized that there was an extreme wage gap there. And so over the last couple years, we have been developing the licensed vocational nursing program, which will be opening next year. So we will have the pathway from CNA, now at the College of Continuing Education, the LVN program, and these students will make about $50 an hour, which will then give them the ability to go straight into the RN program at City College. And if fingers are crossed well, the BSN will come to City College. And this will be a direct pathway, CNA, LVN, to the RN, to the BSN. Now we need round hand claps for that, right? And the last thing I'll share with that pathway, we also thought about this going backwards. Oftentimes we think about this non-credit to credit from the community college. We also said, if we could do this for our students and have our students at College of Continuing Education transition into one of our credit colleges, why are we not doing this for our high school students? So 3 years ago, we started a pilot where students who were in high school could get their certified nursing assistant program and graduate with their state license as a CNA student and graduate with their certified nursing assistant's license, as well as graduate from high school. And we've already been able to see 75 students go through that program and complete their CNA license. And the reason why I should, thank you. And that was so important because we know the population that we serve. A lot of our students recognize that when they leave high school, they have to compete. Am I able to go into education, or do I have to go directly into the workforce? They don't have to compete because now they can go into the workforce and work as an entry-level nurse and continue their education aspirations in the nursing field. And so that is the first pilot. We have now expanded it to our skilled and technical trades with our HVAC certificate in the high schools, as well as our electric and plumbing program. So those are now at 2 of the local high schools, Morris High School and Lincoln High School. So students are graduating with their certificate state licenses. And the goal is to continue to do that with our LVN next. So.
Thank you. President Portel, what role do partnerships play in non-credit student success? And how do you build and sustain them?
Thank you. At NOCE, we often say we are only as strong as our partners. Currently, we have a network of active partners, about 350 active partners. And it does take a village, a community, to help our students succeed. We are actively seeking partnerships, and we are leveraging each other's resources in a variety of ways. Of course, the easiest one for us is to provide classes, to hold classes at the sites of our partners, such as local employers, community centers, K-12 schools, and so on. And by doing so, by being in the community, like I said, we are at 96 sites right now, we are introducing our students to higher education. We're saying you're not just taking one parenting class at our K-12 site, or you're not just taking an ESL class at a community site, you're on a pathway, you're a college student, and we have a pathway for you to follow if you wish to, and we will provide you with resources. Another way is to bring resources to our students and to offer them wraparound services that include healthcare, mental health assistance, referrals, employment, job skills, and so on. Today, half of my team is not here. They're on campus because we have our what we call Power Up event, where we bring community resources to students and help them introduce them to all of the resources that we have to offer so that they can be successful on their trajectory to reaching their educational goals. Our most recent partner is Serve the People, and it's a community clinic that brings mobile clinics to our campus. That's one thing that we did not have at our Anaheim campus, is health center. So we are bringing health services to the campus. Today is the Vision Clinic. So these are just a few examples. how we support our students. A food pantry is another one. We have been fortunate to partner with the Pathways of Hope organization that had staffed and food navigated food pantry for several years now. And it's available not just for our students, even our neighbors come and partake of services of the food pantry or mobile clinic, and even our employees. We understand the needs exist, they're serious, they're there, and we're there to support our community.
Thank you. President King, what are the challenges with current funding models and policies that impact colleges' ability to sustain non-credit programs?
Yeah, there's several challenges. A couple of them that I can think about. So many of you know in this space that our students they're ineligible for financial aid. And so what that means is our students don't have that type of support. And so it's caused us to have to be really creative, to rely on our foundations and partnerships and other services to be able to support our students. But the other piece to that, I'll say, is categorical dollars. And this has been a conversation for a long time, that non-credit does not receive categoricals such as mental health funding or disability funding. We receive it by way of our credit colleges, or depending on what your model is. And I'm really happy that Chancellor Sonia has really deemed this veterans to be the highlight, because you're spot on that veterans are someone that we could really support. And so receiving categorical dollars for veterans would be really nice for non-credit institutions, and that's one of the hopes that will come forth. And the other piece to that would be, so those are some of the challenges that we experience. While the students, their tuition is covered, of course, through by way of the Chancellor's office, and we're very appreciative of that. It is the other services, like our students don't pay into the health services. So creating mental health services or health centers, as President Pertel talked about, we have to really rely on creativity, working with our credit colleges, which is more of a challenge for us. So those are some of the things that we see, especially when we want to ensure that we're able to support all of our students equally and parity as we do with the credit side. We want them to have the same experience at the non-credit before they even transition to the credit side.
Thank you. And now we're going to start with President Pertel. What final message would you like to share with our colleagues in this space and our students?
Well, we've all seen, like I said before, transformational power of non-credit. I would just, as we are engaged in the process of learning and interacting with each other, and as we all go back to our campuses, I would just encourage our colleagues, our campus leadership teams, to think intentionally and structurally about non-credit programs on your campuses and about the need that exists in your community that non-credit programs can meet, and just be really thoughtful about creating sustainable structures and systems so that no matter who's at the helm in your institution or on your campus, non-credit programs could thrive and continue.
Thank you. Chancellor Roman.
Thank you. So again, thank you so much for this invitation. I'm just going to say the obvious and leave a quick message. We know education changes the trajectory of our students, not only the students, but their families. We can get one of them to go, there's a possibility, and ultimately our communities. We're clear on who we serve. We serve those parents, we serve the working adults, we serve the foster youth, we serve veterans, undocumented students. And that's important because that tells us that our students need additional support because of the challenges that they face in higher education. We have to be intentional about putting non-credit front and center, because that is, in essence, the way that we expand educational access to every sector of our community. Colleagues that are here today, I want to thank you for being part of the non-credit space. You are doing remarkable work to elevate the opportunity for our students to have a shot at education. And it starts with you. It starts with your programs, it starts with your intentionality, starts with your empathy, it starts with your ethic of care, starts with believing that every person in your community has a right to education, because education is not a privilege. Education is a basic human right. So we have to continue to put non-credit front and center and ensure that every person who dares think about education has an opportunity to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. President King?
Yeah, I'll just end with, and I love what you said, Chancellor Roman, that education is a birthright. I love that. But I'll end with saying that, echoing everything my colleague said, I won't repeat it. I thought it was spot on. But one of the things that I'll say is I think, again, we need to continue to look at programs that will uplift the communities in which we serve. I know there'll be a wave in automation and innovation. And so those should be the programs that we're really looking at. And I'm appreciative that that's something you'll be championing, Chancellor Sonia Christian. I think that when the pandemic happened, what we saw is a great digital divide, and the non-credit, there was a large decrease in enrollment because of the technology issues and the programs that our students had challenges with. And so we have to get in front of that. We have to make sure that those programs are offered in non-credit so that this will not continue to be an economic or a gap for the students who are typically in non-credit or who are not having access or who are not at the credit level yet. And so making sure that our certificate programs, the next wave, are focusing on what will continue to keep them competitive, continue to have livable wages for their families. So I would say really focusing on the automation innovation as the next step.
Thank you so much. I want to thank my colleagues, and there was a lot that resonated. Yeah. But what I thought that really stood out is to really focus and celebrate the power of story of our students and our own stories. So thank you for sharing that. Education is liberation. That is powerful. If you take a moment to think about that and the work that is being achieved by all of you every day in contribution to our students and their success and their prosperity, that is powerful. Pathways that are offered, not only created, but offered in non-credit, that our goal is that they will increase wages for our students. And finally, reminding ourselves that it is necessary to provide wraparound services for our students. They need it and deserve it. Education is a basic human right. I will end my last remark with that. Education is a basic human right. And I'm really grateful to each and every one of you, President Pertel, Chancellor Roman, and President King. It is a privilege to moderate this panel and be on stage with you. Thank you, and thank you all.
Good job.
As we transition, I want to recognize one of our trustees, Trustee Laura Santos, joined us as well, so thank you for being here. Thank you.
We're like the best panel. You know that, right? Hello, we're the best interest life club. So that's right. So we're gonna get this. We're gonna nail it. She said we're gonna stick to timing, so we're gonna swim down 5 minutes. Any objections? See none? That's right. That's right. That's right.
Doing good. Thank you so much.
All right. All right. Can you all hear me? All right, there we go. All right, let's go ahead and make our way back in. We have a dynamic panel that it waits us. All right, let's go ahead and come on in. All right, it is my honor to introduce our next panel. This panel is titled, I'm gonna give folks just a quick moment. All right, thank y'all so much. This panel is titled Vision 2030 in Action, Building Adult Pathways Through the Career Education Master Plan. These panelists, which are state and local leaders, will explore how the Career Education Master Plan strengthens pathways for California adult learners, with the focus on those entering and re-entering the workforce. Panelists will examine Vision 2030's commitment to equity and economic mobility while highlighting the pivotal role of non-credit and adult education in preparing adults for in-demand careers. It is my great honor to introduce the facilitator who will introduce and acknowledge the amazing panel that we have here. We have Dr. Salvatrice Como, who is the Vice President of Workforce and Economic Development at Pasadena City College. Let's give her a round of applause, y'all.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be your facilitator today, and I'm so honored to have such an esteemed group of panelists. And I would like the panelists to go ahead and introduce themselves first. We'll do a quick round of introductions, then we'll get right to questions. So I'm going to start with Secretary Knox.
Sure. I am Stuart Knox. I'm the Secretary of Labor and Workforce Development Agency of the state of California, and thrilled to be here as always with my community college partners. Sonia and I literally talk at least once or twice a week, maybe sometimes more. So we are, and weekends too, Sundays. We are definitely connected. And many of you know my history is I worked for community college for 7 years. So way back, I was in my 20s, but I was the Director of Workforce and Economic Development. So for Yuba College, many, many years ago.
Yeah, and I'm Chris Ferguson. I'm the Executive Vice Chancellor of Finance and Strategic Initiatives at the Chancellor's Office. But before that, I was at the Department of Finance for 17 years in the education realm. So Secretary Knox and I go way back. Many of the staff throughout the system go way back. And you know, what it comes down to for me is we just have a mission that is amazing. We get to serve our communities and our students so well. So I'm just appreciative that I can be here today to help facilitate and to help push forward our amazing work.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Smith. I serve as Chancellor for the San Diego Community College District. Following Chancellor Roman's lead, 4 colleges, City, Mesa, Miramar, and the College of Continuing Education, serving 90,000 students a year, the largest ESL provider in San Diego, supporting our immigrant, asylum-seeking, and refugee communities, contributing about $5.7 billion a year through our alumni, students, faculty, and college operations. Very excited to be here for this conversation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. I'm gonna just dive right in because I know we're pressed for time already. But I wanted to start with Secretary Knox. My first question to you is, how does the Master Plan for Career Education position California to better serve adult learners and those re-entering the workforce?
Yeah, thank you. I think I freaked out Salvatrice earlier because I said I didn't really read the questions.
Oh, no.
So, but
Yeah,
we got this. Michael did. So, absolutely. So we worked hand in hand with the Chancellor's office, many of our partners within developing the career master plan in education. And core to that has always been adult learners and really being thoughtful about the systems for which in the 60s, when the first original plan came out, we didn't really think much about in the 60s around that design. And all of the entities that has, come into existence since that point in time, they actually did not have the Governor's Office of Business, nor did they have the labor agency on those. And so I think one of the core components that this governor did was put business and labor folks on the council actually as part to the building out. I think what's core for me and what is meaningful is we serve on our side of the system with all of you, dislocated workers, which is a component of folks that have lost their jobs, no fault of their own. And so how do we start to really think about bringing skill level to dislocated workers? We also serve adults and youth programs through our federal funds. And so this is the same community that all of our community colleges work towards as well. Sonia and I talk about this often. I talk with all of her folks about this. Really, the community colleges should be and will be the preferred choice of the training for all of our folks, and to maximize the resources that we have and limited resources we have from the feds, and especially much more limited probably in the future. How do we start to really be thoughtful about this? That's what the Master Plan in Career Education did. CPL is core to that because we have folks that have been dislocated workers that have skills. They have the skills that are necessary to do the next job. They need enhanced skills. That's what these programs are so important to do. AI being a huge component of that. Very nervous, honestly. Sonia said at the last meeting I was at, you were very serious about the AI conversation. And I said, I am very serious about the AI conversation because we're going to see a movement in time of folks that will lose jobs. And these are going to be high level, which is what we're seeing now, job losses. And then we're going to start to see the entry-level folks start to lose employment. We're all in this together. We need to figure out what we can do best. And that 200,000 number, I think, is awesome. And I think we need to make it the 300, the 400, the 500,000 number. And we are here to support that.
Thank you. Thank you. Similarly, Chancellor Smith, what role do community colleges, particularly non-credit divisions, play in operationalizing the master plan and Vision 2030 for adult learners?
To begin, I think we all need to make sure that we recorded, make a note. Secretary Knox just said community colleges need to be essential in the implementation of the career education master plan. And I hear that as all of the investments, the resources to make that plan work, to implement it, community colleges should be at the forefront. And I heard the comment earlier that Chancellor Christian made, we're seeing in San Diego. UC San Diego is growing their extension program and charging people thousands of dollars to participate in things that we offer with no enrollment fees whatsoever. And so community colleges will be essential in this effort. And I think listening to the students first and foremost is something that we are uniquely positioned to do. We're embedded in our communities. We surveyed our students across our district a couple of years ago. 75% of the students in our College of Continuing Education told us their ultimate goal is a baccalaureate or advanced degree. 75%, the overwhelming majority, are thinking well beyond what we're doing at the College of Continuing Education. And you heard Dr. King talk about the initial steps in aligning that work to be able to go to a student who might be coming to us for ESL or might be coming for high school completion and be able to show a pathway from a certificate in an allied health field like nursing assistant to an RN position through our ADN program to the baccalaureate onto a master's. We heard the story earlier about that aspiration. So we are uniquely positioned in the community to understand the needs and interests of our community members and align the way that we provide services and programs to help them facilitate their ultimate goal and to be able to better support our regional economy.
Thank you. Thank you. To accomplish much of what we talk about in practice every single day, takes intentional strategies around funding. And so now I pose this question to Mr. Ferguson. What potential sustainable funding strategies in the Career Educational Master Plan can help colleges expand non-credit and adult education access for working adults, parents, etc.?
Yeah, certainly on the fiscal front, first and foremost, our students access in any number of ways, whether it's a non-credit program, a career development, career preparation program, a credit program, in any number of ways, whether it's a certificate, a credential, or a degree. So from a funding perspective, first and foremost, we need to make sure that we know our students can be served. We have funding to serve them. We will advocate for resources so that there is no unfunded FTES in the system, irrespective of how those students access. But as we think about other opportunities, we think about our goal of dual enrollment and having all ninth graders access through dual enrollment. We think about our upskilling adults. So to Secretary Knox's point, we have students that are coming back for retraining opportunities. We know that there are impacts from automation or artificial intelligence in the private industry right now. For our system, though, we are not in any way going to see impacts on our staff, not at all. From that perspective, we're not going to see entry-level jobs go away. We're not going to see staff members, lose positions. That will not happen in our system. But on the other fiscal front that I would note, it's about making sure that we have the services and the supports that our students need, our non-credit students need access to those supports too. It's about making sure that we are as efficient as possible with the resources that we do have. So how can we advocate around or consider the conversation around, positive attendance versus census data attendance, which does shift, our focus from, say, administrative capabilities to actually serving our students and providing more, time to support our students. So from a fiscal perspective, it's those pieces. We have the Proposition 98 guarantee, which allows our system to operate in ways that other systems don't, because it provides more certainty and it provides more predictability. So we know, goal one, let's get the students in the door, irrespective of how they opt to access. And goal two is let's now make sure that we have opportunities for our students, and it's seeing them be successful in our programs, because that success is what we can take back to our policymakers all day long to say, we need more investing because we have such a profound impact on our communities. Our recent economic report shows that I believe it's over $183 billion of economic activity is derived from our community college system. And it's those points that enable us to say, let's get additional resources, let's focus on our non-credit programs, let's focus on our credit programs. We need to serve any student that shows up, irrespective of where they choose to access and how they choose to access.
Excellent, thank you. Yes. Earlier, Secretary Knox, you mentioned the bold move our governor made with placing labor and education at the table together to have a conversation. So I'm curious about how the state envisions our non-credit programs contributing to the California's broader economic resilience, and particularly in addressing workforce gaps in those emerging industries that we're seeing across the state.
Yeah, I think, Dr. Christian really talked about it, the Chancellor, earlier today too. This comes from our business communities, and this is the community college's one core role. And I think all of you know that as well, but it's really supporting our businesses through trained workers. And so that is the driver of our communities. You guys all live in the communities for which you serve. It's much like my workforce boards, they all live in the communities for which they serve. You guys really drive that through the workforce training programs and that development stage. I think this is much more on the forefront than we've ever seen in the past of society. I've been in this for 31 years. We've talked about skill shortages. We've talked about lack of trained labor. That is absolutely the core for what businesses are saying today. And so I think that's why this governor really has seen the need to have Governor's Office of Business, the labor agency, as a partner with education in a way that we've never really seen before in the past. We can do more, and I think that's a big part to that. When I was at the college, Yuba College, years ago, I ran the not-for-credit programs, the non-credit programs. Some of that we were under us, which I think is really core and important also for the work. We invest with an employment training panel under us through, I think, 14, 15 plus community colleges of ETP. One of the young ladies today escorted me in, said, oh, you know, I'm a fan of yours. You used to run the ETP program under Governor Brown. We have an ETP program. We love that program. It's core for the businesses to actually be engaged and design with us the trainings and the skills that are necessary. We're gonna have to ramp that up though. I mean, I think this is what these conferences, I think this is my third conference, actually. I started in San Diego and so did Orange last year and here. That is the key to our success, and it's our key for our state of California, fourth largest economy in the world. There's a reason behind that. When Dee Dee Myers and I from GoBiz go out and meet with businesses, they tell us all day long it's because of the skilled workforce. That's why we're in California. California does not always have the best business climate, as we know in so many ways. Why they stay in California is because of the students that you all serve. It's because of the trained workforce that you provide. That is core. We need to even do more in the future.
Thank you. Absolutely. I picked up on a key word or key phrase. You said, do better. Do better. We need to do better. And I think that we're always in this constant state of improvement. That's the only way that we'll ever evolve and move forward. And with that theme in mind, or that phrase in mind, I turn this question to Chancellor Smith. How can districts better integrate credit and non-credit pathways so that the adult learner can transition smoothly and achieve the economic mobility that they deserve?
Yeah, when Chancellor Roman was saying you can tell a lot about an institution's values by looking at where they spend their money, it's us intentionally putting the investments in place to make those pathways work for our learners. That goes down to an individual. Like, we can think about it systems level, policy, funding mechanisms, but in the end, it's how does an individual experience this? And to take it completely outside of this conversation, you know, when I woke up this morning, I needed to navigate from San Diego to Walnut. And I've got multiple tools in my car and in my pocket that can help me do that. What these tools don't do very well is help me navigate from the designated parking space to this building.
Yeah.
And so graciously, yes, President Garcia made sure that there were multiple, I must have interacted with 5 different people who made sure that I navigated from that parking lot into this building, to the table to get my lanyard, to get mic'd up, like so much support to make sure that I was where I needed to be. And I'm a relatively well-educated person that probably could have figured that all out on his own. What if we thought about our learners' journeys coming into our colleges with that same degree of care? That at the moment that you come anywhere in proximity to our space, we will have multiple people engaging with you, inviting you, welcoming you, making sure that you feel belonged, supported, navigating these processes. Because as Dr. King was talking earlier about the pathways that we started to create around non-credit to credit alignment in San Diego Advance, when we looked at the data, a couple of students figured that out on their own. The resilience and determination it took for them to figure that out, for so many, isn't possible because of their life circumstances. They can't invest the time when they have childcare, work, elder care, other demands on their lives to figuring that out. We can figure that out. We can make that so easy for them to navigate if we invest the resources, the time and energy into doing it. And so I think that's the commitment that we have to make within our colleges. Whether you have a standalone accredited college that may or may not be recognized by the system and the funding formula sometimes or not, we can choose to invest the resources and see that every student coming into one of our non-credit programs is potentially one of our transfer students who completed a bachelor's degree, if we make that happen for them.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That said, Mr. Ferguson, I ask you, how can financial policy be structured to encourage the innovation in adult serving programs, as mentioned both by Chancellor Smith and Secretary Knox, while maintaining equity across the region?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of financial incentive opportunities to support our non-credit programs and ultimately support our community. So it comes full circle. You know, every student that we see come in our door, every student that we see successfully obtain economic mobility or social mobility also means that that's additional revenue That's additional stability. That's additional flexibility in our state budget and our local budgets to further support our students, or to provide even more resources to support our students, right? The more employment, the higher the wage gain, the more that we have as a system as well. So in terms of financial incentives, it's about making sure that we can serve every student that comes in the door. It's about making sure we have appropriate student support services for every student that comes in the door. It's about college affordability, and this is in the master plan too, on that affordability front, making sure that our students have access to mental health services, have access to basic needs services, have access to affordable pathways, and there is no better value in this state than our community college system at creating that affordable pathway. And when we see the outcomes for our students, we see the economic mobility, the social mobility, the stability for our families, that further incents the state to say, okay, what can we do next to support that student? What can we do next to support opportunities to say have, let's say it's internships for every non-credit student, to create that connection with an employer, or to create that connection to a service that's available. It helps, the state, that success helps the state understand that there's an implicit value and explicit value to our colleges, our systems, our non-credit programs, and that by supporting them and supporting the services and supporting student access, we are getting a value and a return to our community and our state that allows for additional investment, that allows for further focus on seeing those outcomes and seeing that economic need for our regions be met.
Thank you. We do serve all, and all deserve equal access and same access. That requires significant amount of what we shared moments ago, financial strategies, innovation, programming. But I'm also curious about, Secretary Knox, what strategies is the state considering to ensure that non-credit programs are accessible and equitable for adult learners from historically underserved communities?
I just want to add, and then I'll answer that question
Yes,
Chris. And we talked about this earlier. I said I may or may not mention this. So we grabbed stats recently through our labor market information division. I asked for 3 things. One was, what are certificate programs coming out of the community colleges, pay points for the last 4 quarters? What are the pay points for AS, an AA degree, and a BA and a BS degree? The certificate programs were in line with a BA or a BS program. The AA and AS degrees actually in the 4th quarter doubled the earnings of a BA or a BS degree. I said to Chris, I'm questioning these stats. That's why I haven't really publicly, although I'm doing it now, announced this. And I'm like, is this right? And so we kind of banter back and forth a little bit about this, and we will verify these stats. I'll get them to Sonia, but it's like, that is an amazing move, I think, in time, that we're seeing that what employers are really looking for are programs much like what you're all doing, which is skill enhancement, skill development at a level for which they can enter the workforce and then earn double what a BA is earning right now, which makes me question mine. But regardless of that, so let me answer the question a little around policy and I think around funding strategies for the state of California. Obviously, we're in a budget crunch. This is year 3, we're going into year 3 of a budget crunch. We had some good years under 21, 22. Chris was in finance at the time, and we spent a lot of money. We have a lot of programs out there with a lot of funds. We at the labor agency are very thoughtful about our federal dollars, HR 1, Sonia talked about today, that are going to start to lapse. We're going to start to see declines in federal dollars, not yet, luckily, under my departments, but we will see that. So I think what we're going to have to be very thoughtful of is how we can leverage each other's resources in a way that we haven't done in the past. And that's why I say I think the community college system should be and will be the preferred choice for our workforce system to actually utilize. I think for dollar, that is the play for the state of California. The bang for the buck is amazing. So that's first and foremost. I think secondary to that, one of the things we're looking at is alignment with our workforce system in a way that we have not done in the past, I think, in the state of California. Sam and I were yesterday, Lee, we're looking at the EMS Corps. Sonia talked about it a little bit today. how do we start? We built that program. We funded that program out of our resources, about a $30 million program. It is an amazing program. Sonia and I had the conversation. I find out later, you're already totally working together. They're getting credit for prior learning in those courses, and they're getting funding from the community college system as well. So that's a great example of how we start to fund together collectively into programs and then start to provide these students with the next opportunity within the community college system. Because I think that's the key for what all of what you do, and that's when I was at the community college as well. All of my folks that were in the workforce system, we enrolled into the community college. This is prior to CPL. This was in an era when we couldn't do dual enrollment, strangely. But we enrolled them all into our programs. And those outcomes, we nailed it. They were out of the park. Our workforce system, love them. But there's days that they're always driven by the number, as all of you know, of exits and entered employments. The community college system hits that all day long. And so we just have to get that to work in a much better way. When I say we need to do better, I mean all of us collectively, including my system, needs to do better. We need to be much more thoughtful about how the systems integrate.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Talked about access, we talked about innovation. I'm gonna pose a question about scaling, and this question is for Chancellor Smith. What lessons has San Diego Community College District learned in scaling non-credit as a pathway for adult learners and could inform statewide implementation of the master plan?
Yeah, so part of the reason that I like to talk so much about thinking more at the individual level is what we've learned is that students' lived experience really shapes the way that they perceive our institutions, interact with our institutions, choose not to interact with our institutions. And we have to be mindful of this as much as we can at an individual level and to join others that have personalized this. My grandfather grew up out in the East County of San Diego, never went to high school, was a foster youth, grew up in an abusive home. He joined the Merchant Marines at 16, and they had a training program that provided him with the skills he needed to be employable. Much like we all know employers who are duplicating what we do and providing training programs for employees, and we're going, why are you doing that? We offer that. My father grew up in a home that didn't fully support him, experienced K-12 in a way that largely saw him as a conduct problem in a classroom. And he ended up doing a GED. After he spent some time in prison, he went to a workforce training program, got an engineering certificate that led to him becoming an electrician. He got a trade. But that was at a standalone, not attached to a community college, who thought of themselves as a place where we can turn out people with a very specific certificate or credential to go to work, not connected to any other education system. He, though, was able to provide the household in which I grew up, where I could go to a community college as a first-generation college student and go on to four-year colleges and universities, public and private, and be sitting on a seat with the Secretary of Labor and the Vice Chancellor, the Chief Financial Officer for our whole system. If I think about how would I have been able to design a system that my grandfather could have come into back to education, given his lived experience, what do we need to be prepared to do to serve him well? We hear the stories that our students up here told earlier before they came to us. What do we need to be able to do to have them come in and immediately be affirmed? Like, we see you, not a category, a label, a title, not a funding revenue source, but we see you, that whole person. And going back to something I'm so glad that Chris talked about, being able to provide a lot of the basic needs supports and other things that we've built out at our credit institutions. In our district, we take the money our 3 credit colleges earn, and we redistribute that so that we can fund these at the College of Continuing Education. It sets us back immediately. Right? We need to rethink the value of career education, get the non-credit that becomes secondary to credit in so many ways out of our lexicon, and recognize we're serving a whole person. And if we're going to say at any moment in your life you can come succeed here, we need to be prepared with mental health services that can transition seamlessly over to our credit institutions, with basic needs support, with all of the things that we've been building out at our credit institutions are available at the same scale to our non-credit students. And there is a transition that supports them through that. It's not, okay, you're done here, bye, hopefully you'll have a good experience. Even within our own district, we can't be thinking at that level. So it's really mapping this at the individual level to then be able to systematize that at scale so that we can say to every single person in our community, I can guarantee the experience you're going to have here.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And my final question for Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson, again, same theme, scale. In what ways can resource allocation help scale successful non-credit programs statewide?
Yeah, resource allocation can absolutely help in this aspect, both at the statewide level and the campus level. So as I think about the allocations, it's how can we support the dynamic programs that we need, the skills-informed programs that we need, because we know that for our students, we need to focus on what's going to help them achieve that economic mobility, that social mobility. So as we think about that resource allocation, it's, well, what service do they need? What support do they need? What, educational approach do we, does our faculty member need to provide? And how do we then backtrack that to say, and what resource is needed to get us there, to enable us to maintain that dynamic ability, to know that that skills-informed approach is going to change from one year to the next. It won't necessarily be the same. We're seeing that with AI, right? It's rapid change. So in terms of resource allocation, it's how do we support our faculty? How do we support our student support services? How do we support our student with those needs? The state level is always going to be a focus on that broad impact of how are we balancing the resource need? How are we balancing the needs of our community? How are we achieving that economic outcome? And then at that campus level, it's also very specific around, to Chancellor Smith's point, it's how do we allocate the resource among all of our programs? How do we make sure we're addressing our student need, our campus need, our community need in the best way possible? And oftentimes in that resource allocation, it's how do you take those scarce resources and make that miracle happen every day, make that outcome happen and that possibility happen every day. So it's a balancing act. It's going to change, year to year. State level, it's the same. It's going to change. That focus on how to deploy that dollar will change, but it's about addressing the need. It's about being, innovative, thinking into the future. So what we do today won't necessarily be what we need to do tomorrow. And being prepared to have the conversations with our campus communities, understand what those needs are, work together collaboratively to get there. But we can and we will. And we've shown time and again, resource allocation is critical, service allocation, staff allocation, meeting student needs. That's what we do. That's what we do as a system.
Excellent. What a beautiful way to finish the panel discussion. We can and we will. And that's why we're all here. We can and we will. Thank you to our panelists. It's an honor and a pleasure to be your facilitator. And have a beautiful day.
Now I wanna to me and take my hand. I think I start to understand. Oh, this must be our second chance. Now I
Yeah, look at, hi, Tanya. Okay, come on up, Gary. So can I have your attention, please, so we can get started with our next panel? I'll wait till everybody's sitting. Okay, I have your attention. Okay. Okay. So while non-credit is gaining visibility across the state, there's still a lot of work to do, I think we know. Our next panel will be led by Dean Gary Adams. He is one of our Chancellor Office champions, and we appreciate everything that you do, advocating for us into the night, in the weekends, is when we talk. So, but he'll take us deeper into this conversation with this, with his panel. So, Dean Adams.
Thank you. I quickly want to call out the best boss in California, Sonia Christian. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for her. This is the third Non-Credit Summit, and it's her leadership that brings us here and expands our focus on non-credit. I also want to quickly thank our host, President Garcia, Madeline Arbao, the Vice President of Continuing Education. Madeline and I go back to Abraham Lincoln days. And then I'm looking for my program lead in adult education. And I think she's just now, well, she's not here, but I wanted to introduce to you Myra Diaz. She's coming through the door. This young lady manages the largest workforce development training program in the United States. It will all be almost this year be $670 million. And with that, I'm going to quickly introduce our panel because we're right in front of lunch. This is President Omar Torres of De Anza College. He also was president of the CIOs. Chancellor Byron Breland, Chancellor of the North Orange Community College District. He was also president of the CEOs. And Tina Ricaldi, Assistant Superintendent and Vice President of Academic Affairs at Palomar Community College District. With that, let us jump into the question of why non-credit education is underutilized in our system. The first question has to do with scaling. And what we'll do is we'll have a primary respondent and then a secondary respondent. Between 2018 and 2019 and 2024-25, non-credit FTE enrollment increased by 11%, while there was a 53% in dual credit enrollment, indicating a significant untapped non-credit potential, especially if non-credit saw more students transition from the 325 adult schools in the California Adult Education Program. What are some strategies to spur non-credit as the on and off ramps to our colleges? Tina?
So yeah, I'd like to just point out when we think about dual enrollment, it's a perfect example of what we focus on matters. So what we need to do now is start really focusing on non-credit education and the difference that that can make in our students' lives. So it's a great low-risk opportunity for students to come into education and training. It has multiple on-ramps and off-ramps that benefit students throughout the course of their life. So one great place to start is looking at our adult education partners because they have great non-credit programs that can feed directly into our credit pathways. So what are opportunities like that that we can also develop in our non-credit institutions and really support those students? And when we talk about that, how does that tie into credit for prior learning, credit by exam? Are there more opportunities in which we can create articulation agreements between adult schools and non-credit classes so that students are recognized by credit for some of the non-credit education that they've received, because that will get our students along the pathways sooner and to completion sooner. In terms of students that step out for a while and then come back in, what are things that we can create like nursing refresher courses? So right now we see a lot of great models for CNA programs that are non-credit, but then they go into the LVN, RN, which are all great credit pathways. What about that nurse who steps out of the field for a while because they're taking care of their family or doing something different? And they need that refresher course to come in, get their license up to date so they can immediately go back into the field. And what are other opportunities along those lines? And then also looking at other populations in our community. Are there special populations that we need to focus on and provide non-credit opportunities for? So we already see great ESL pathways in non-credit that lead into credit, but what about things, populations where we have adults with disabilities? Can we develop non-credit pathways that benefit those students specifically and train them to go into career and workforce opportunities? Another thing to think about, adult education dual enrollment. Right now, it is only for students who are in high school diploma programs, right, and high school equivalency. What if we could open that up to other students so that they could have opportunities for that same career education and training? Can we embed language support into those pathways so that our students don't have to take separate ESL classes and the career class? How can we embed the two to help those students get to completion sooner? So there's a lot of different opportunities that we can think about. Finally, I would say, how can we schedule non-credit in a more flexible manner so that we're really building non-credit for the adult learner who isn't the same as our traditional college student? So how can we build in that flexibility and those support services to help them be successful? Thank you.
Byron?
I don't know what else I can say. Great job, my colleague Tina. We know that we're also just between you all and lunch. I want to first thank Mount SAC for hosting this, and as Chancellor Greg Smith mentioned earlier, there were many ways to get lost coming in, but they were so professional and so caring, because I was one of those folks who started walking the wrong way after they got me up the escalator. And it was just why I'm reminded that, you know, being in a place, in a space with non-credit educators and the focus on that and what we can do to help our students is so powerful. So thank you all for hosting. I want to get that out. And I want to just say something really upfront to be clear about non-credit. In my opinion, in my professional observations over the years, many years of working in California community colleges, it's always been treated as the side door opportunity rather than re-envisioning it as the front porch. Mm-hmm. We have to welcome our over 600,000 adult learners and 6 million folks in California that have some credentialing and some education, but not all of it. We have to welcome them onto the front porch so that we can all provide that opportunity for them to achieve their dreams. And we've heard about all that in the panel this morning, but I also want to just share with you all and piggyback off of my colleagues' comments. about scaling up adult education dual enrollment. We've seen what happens when we scale up dual enrollment from the high schools. We've done a fantastic job of that, and we're in the midst of it now. But this is the opportunity for us to seize that moment. We see a number of shifts happening since the pandemic. Well, one, there's the pandemic. I never thought I would see that. Many of us never thought we'd see that. We saw racial reckoning with the murder of George Floyd and other things that happened around that time as well. Now we've got the AI revolution going on, and we're in the midst of a geopolitical storm right now where I've seen some of the most cruel policies of immigration that have impacted our students when it comes to non-credit and adult learners and English language learners. We're in the middle of all that. They are in our California community colleges. What an opportunity. The other thing I want to say just in closing, because I was the second part of that question, Tina covered the meat of it. You know, the idea of us just being called non-credit, it's not a functional word. It's grammatically correct, it's non-credit, but it's also negative in its implication. We have schools of continuing education. We have other terms we will say, extended education, but there has to be a way to reframe it because we all know that language and words matter. And even when students see non-credit written somewhere, they're like, well, I don't want to do that. It's not for anything. It's negative, non-academic. You know, it's the non. And so I think the opportunity is there for us now to think about how we rebrand ourselves in the composition of non-credit in the midst of this firestorm for our students. The opportunity is ripe now to take a look at what we're doing to reach out into the communities and meet the learners, of course, where they are, whether it's a church, whether it's the parking lot, any of our faith-based centers, our community centers. There's an opportunity to shed the opportunity for education for people who are dreaming of a better future. And I think California has to seize that moment now. So thank you.
Thank you. Next question has to do with funding. FY 25-26 apportionment funding rates for FTES for credit incarcerated or special admit, almost $7,600 per student, are equal to enhanced non-credit or CDCP rates. We heard from the CEOs about the challenges with current funding models and policies adversely impacting program sustainability for non-credit. Are higher apportionment rates or raising the standard non-CDCP non-credit rate to the enhanced CDCP rate on all non-credit courses enough to spur on non-credit growth? And if not, what else will? Omar?
All right. Good afternoon. Trying to wake you up before lunch. All right. Thank you for the question, Gary. And I'm probably going to say a few things that may or may not be popular, but they need to be said. And so bear with me because I think that if you can dream it, you can do it. And we're going to be dreamers today. So first, I have to ask, and when Gary sent us these questions and we had our conversation to sort of dialogue on what our responses would be, first thing that came to my mind is, why are we creating second-class citizens within non-credit for 6 of the 10 categories that are not fully funded at the CDCP rate? And so when I think about disabilities, students with disabilities, substantial disabilities, when I think about the importance of parenting and the importance of economics and the importance of older adult classes that we offer to our communities for people that, I know where I come from, the Silicon Valley, these folks are retiring, they still have an incredible mind, and they want to do more, they want to engage in lifelong learning. And what are we doing to engage that population when in fact, we're seeing a decline in the high school population? And yes, we're engaged in dual enrollment, but we're going to see in the next 5 to 10 years, if not sooner, that while we focus on one side of the spectrum, we cannot forget about the other side of the spectrum. And so all of that really got me thinking, and it really got me to the point where I'm going to recommend, and I hope someone's listening, that why don't we fund all categories of non-credit at the same rate. Because if you look at the distribution of courses that are colleges that are either currently offering continuing education or are ramping up to offer more continuing education, the emphasis really is those CDCP courses. And rightfully so, because we know that CDCP is important with regards to short-term vocational workforce preparation, basic skills. All of that is important, but these other areas are equally as important as well. So that is a fundamental philosophical question that I think we need to really ask ourselves, because I submit to you that if we were to fund the other 6 categories of non-credit that are currently non-enhanced at the enhanced rate, colleges would be willing to offer more of those classes to their communities and to their students. So that's number 1. Number 2, show of hands. Anyone in the audience, who's currently offering non-credit distance education courses? How's it going? And I ask that question because we know, and for all of us in the room here, we know that the way in which we have to track non-credit distance education, where we're having to take census at the 20% mark and the 60% mark, and we're averaging those enrollments in order to qualify for apportionment for those DE classes. Really? I mean, what are we doing to ourselves? We have worked so hard, and I was on the CIO board this past year when we partnered with the state and with CEOs and Chancellor's office and with others to make changes to the standardized attendance accounting method. Well, now that we have a great model in place for credit, let's now shift our attention to non-credit. Why are we treating non-credit distance education differently than credit distance education? When we think about the needs for our businesses and industry partners to reskill and upskill their employees, and that's just one of many examples of which we would infuse and invoke and capitalize upon opportunities through non-credit distance education. Let's make it so that we're not creating barriers for ourselves, and rather we're making it easier for us to be able to provide that form or that modality of education to local business and industry. Third thing I want to allude to, and I'm going to take us on a quick tangent, contract education, not for credit, fee-based. What an incredible opportunity that we have as a system to do that work with our local business and industry partners. But wouldn't it be great if we received some, now not a lot, but some revenue from the state to incentivize us, our colleges, to do contract education training in the way that states, for example, Michigan. Michigan has a model, the state of Michigan, where when their community colleges offer contract education training, the employees that are being trained that ultimately get the jobs, a portion of their income tax revenue goes towards supporting the colleges that are providing that type of training. Now, I'm not saying we're going to offer the same sort of revenue reimbursement as CDCP or even non-CDCP, but something to incentivize the work that we're doing in that venue. Now, why do I mention that? Because often in a panel that is focused on a non-credit summit, quite often, a lot of times, we may not be ready to deploy formally approved curriculum through non-credit. But if we can beta test it through contract education, and if we can see where there's demand through contract education, and while we're offering it through contract education, we can simultaneously be developing that curriculum on the non-credit or the credit side, for that example. And then we're really ramping up to serve the needs of our local business and industry. So just a few thoughts.
Wow. Where is Chris Ferguson when you need him?
He purposely is not in the room right now, I have a feeling.
Tina?
Yes, just kind of tagging along with that when we talk about differences between credit and non-credit. Another area that's different, and I'm going to bring this up because I said what we focus on matters. In credit, we track outcomes. How are we tracking outcomes for non-credit? It's not in our iPads, right? So when we talk about data on our campuses and we show value to our work, are we doing it the same for non-credit? Are we collecting the outcomes for the same metrics that we do in credit? And are we demonstrating the success of our students? Because then maybe that shows why it should be compensated at the same level. So just something to think about. And maybe that's something we need to start doing on our campuses. And if we could start doing that at the state level and showing the impact and the value of non-credit to our students, our communities, and our entire economy. And then when we think about that, what about Perkins funding? Could funding for non-credit, or could there be additional funding that maybe comes through a Perkins model where we're showing those outcomes and how colleges are performing and providing another revenue stream that we can specifically put back into non-credit education to help support it and grow it? So again, we just really need to elevate what we're doing with non-credit and show the value in funding, in outcome measurement, so that we can really create change.
Perfect transition. Next subject is data. Non-credit programs suffer because they lack outcomes data tracking. System-wide data on non-credit employment, wages, and completion is limited, while key system data tools like Salary Surfer and the Student Success Scorecard exclude non-credit, leading to an under-assessment of program effectiveness. What can be done by leaders to better advocate equity in data reporting? Byron?
Thank you for the question, Gary. And I just want to start out by saying, if we don't count non-credit students, we're discounting them. If we don't count our non-credit students, we are discounting them. And that to me is a very powerful way of looking at it. And while I have a point of privilege, I'm just going to give a shout out to the North Orange Continuing Education Center. I know all of the folks that are in here and looking around. Thank you all for the work you do and your support in our district. Also, shout out to San Diego Continuing Education Center for the work you do, and of course, Mount SAC. This is life-changing work to have to count and justify. It almost feels like justifying that you deserve to exist. Again, starting at a place of deficit, a place of less than. And we all know what it's like to be in that space at different points of our career and the work that we're trying to do to generate validity, to justify existence in facilities, funding, and often competing with the for-credit institutions within our own districts at times. And that's why I always say NOCE is the heartbeat of the North Orange County Community College District. And when I say that in public, it's on record at the board, and I will keep saying it. Because some of the things that folks are doing to keep up with students and take care of them, it's not even about the numbers. It is about the love, the attention, the empathy, and also just the willingness to get out of their way so they can be who they are. And that's not data, per se, in a number metric sense. It's about storytelling. And I'm glad Chancellor Christian mentioned that before. We have to get into the power of storytelling. All of our students have stories. And so my addressing this question about data is that, yeah, we need data. We've got to get our dashboards. We've got to know what our students are doing, what the wages are that they're making. What can we do to tie in what we're doing to be relevant? We got to tell our story in that way because we know that's how money is counted. But what are we doing in terms of digging into the soul of what we do as educators, the soul of our students? Where are they from? What are they doing? What are they trying to do? What is that going to mean for generations? That's storytelling. That's the one thing that's existed since the beginning of time Before people were writing things in stone blocks. You know, it's all in books, but stories live on in all of our families, and we have to learn how to do better than that in the California community college system. So I want to start with that, and then I want to talk about really just the partnerships that we have available to us in the community. NOCE, almost 100 sites in a community. I still don't know how they do that. Almost 100 different locations in North Orange County, and having those partnerships, signing the paperwork, you know, watching what happens, and then also sometimes playing by the rules of the people who own those sites. So it's a fine dance, but having the ability to be out in a community to meet students where they are, and to be able to monitor and build those partnerships, to be able to tell the full story of true economic mobility, community impact, and really just restoring dignity through education and liberation in the community. So, thank you.
We're going to finish strong, but is Dulce Delgado in the audience? Please stand. This is our non-credit data guru, Dulce. Thank you.
Right.
And we'll finish strong with Omar.
Oh, geez. Well, I don't know. It's hard. The Chancellor's a hard act to follow. I think that he said a lot of incredible things, and the only couple things I have to add is that, you know, as we're telling our story, part of it, you know, from a college and from a district perspective, is really looking at, for example, our enrollment management plans, our strategic enrollment management plans, and what are we looking to do and what are we looking to accomplish in the next 5 or 10 or 6 or however long your plans are. I know that in my college, when I started 9 months ago, I realized very quickly that our current strategic plan would expire in 2027. Now, you hear 2027 and you think, well, that's a long time away. It's really not, because when you think about the strategic plan as the basis, the foundation for the work that will follow through your educational and your facilities master plans, you've got to start with that concrete strategic plan, and through the strategic plan, also look at your enrollment and where you desire to go, and then work backwards and figure out what are the incremental milestones we're going to accomplish along the way to ultimately get to us to where we want to be. And that's, again, where your strategic enrollment management plan comes in. And as I was thinking about our work as a college, as a 9-month president, first question I asked was, where's non-credit? And so we realized very quickly that we needed to prioritize non-credit. And so when we talk about the data and we talk about the quantitative and the qualitative storytelling that supports, and we heard from our student panel this morning, incredible, compelling stories. Our job behind the scenes is to make sure that we're planning so that we can make that work possible for those students. And so I would encourage everyone in this room, look at your current enrollment management plans. Is non-credit called out? And if it is, great. What more can we be doing? If it's not, then ask yourselves, why isn't it? And what do we need to be doing as an institution and as a district to ensure that we're prioritizing that work? Second thing I'll add is I think that a lot of the incredible work that we do in coalescing credit and continuing education, I don't want to call it non-credit either, even though I'm guilty of that, how that works together to supplement and complement not only the work of our students, but the workforce. Then thinking about, well, how are we getting credit, air quotes, with all of that work that we're doing? So for example, when we think about our statewide funding models through strong workforce, recognizing that students that are completing certificates of completion and competency in the areas of short-term vocational and workforce preparation, how are we rewarding colleges for the work that those students, those employees in many instances, they're actually taking those classes, they're completing those certificates, and how is that translating into a funding model that takes into account and prioritizes the importance of non-credit continuing education? And so just a couple of things as we're thinking about our data, as we're thinking about our tracking, as we're thinking about our planning, and as we prioritize for the future, that we're considering these things as well. Thank you.
I want to thank our panelists when Madeline asked me to facilitate this panel, these were the three that I thought of. These were the three rock star leaders that I thought of immediately. Thank you very much. You've been most gracious before lunch, listening to our panel. Thank you so much.
So we are actually ahead of time. Yay! That needs a. So we'll have a little more time for lunch. But I do wanted to let you know that that we asked for when we reached out to our legislators. One of the legislators who couldn't make it was Assembly Member Mike Fong. He is just a tireless advocate for us in community college, and he sent a message for us to hear. So I'd like to play it right now. So just give us a second. It's only a couple minutes, and then we can go to lunch. So.
Hello, I'm Assemblymember Mike Fong. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for your leadership and service in reimagining education for equity and economic mobility. As chair of the Assembly Higher Education Committee, I have always believed in the power and promise of higher education to transform lives, an opportunity that should never be limited by age, background, or life circumstances. Adult and non-credit learners represent the heart of what education is all about. In 2023, Assembly Bill 1096 was signed by Governor Newsom to strengthen native language education, helping our adult learners gain literacy in both their first language and English. In 2024, my team and I built upon that work through Assembly Bill 2931, expanding support for student tutors and part-time students, recognizing their essential role in helping peers succeed. California's community colleges play an essential part in expanding access and opportunity for every learner. Together, we are building a higher education system that values every pathway and every story. I remain committed to working with each and every one of you to ensuring adult and non-credit education continues to be a powerful tool for empowerment and opportunity across California. Thank you so much for your leadership and service, and have a wonderful summit.
And thank you to Dr. Linda Vasquez for helping with that from the Chancellor's office. So we're going to dismiss you by table for lunch. After lunch, it's over at 1:15, I believe, and then the breakouts start at 1:20, so you can just proceed on your own when you're ready to whichever breakout you choose. And don't forget, for Play Lab, you need to go scan a QR code first. So thank you to the volunteers. I would also like to, since we have a minute, to call out, when you get a chance, say thank you to, just thank some of our volunteers who have prepared for this for weeks to just be a volunteer. So don't forget them when you get a chance, okay? All right, so have a nice lunch.
You can be my campfire, baby. Something to get down Just for the night. Just for the night. Just for the night. Oh, welcome to my party. It's time for you to get down. If you feel like getting naughty, there's lots of fun to go around.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fake? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want a story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't live life in envy. Shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend.
Colored lights, a million faces. You feel alone in crowded places. You see her there and suddenly she goes. Feeling like you're about to fall. You need someone to catch and hold you. She turns around and suddenly you know. I won't let you down. I won't fool around. I should have said, can you take me away from here? I hope you know, darling, I won't let you go. Maybe a place far away from here. For all I know, darling, I won't let you go. 20 days and 20 nights, every moment by your side. What I'd do to be with you again. A little house where we would stay to watch the sun until it fades. Always thought those days would never end. Still I won't let you down. No, I won't fool around. I wish I said, can you take me away from here? Hope you know, darling, I won't let you go. Maybe a place far away from here. For all I know, darling, I won't let you go. And 40 reasons what I'd give for one more season. Back when we thought nothing could go wrong. The leaves are falling from the trees, and I'm playing back our memories. All this time and suddenly you're gone. Oh, won't you take me away from here? I hope you know, darling, I won't let you go. Maybe a place far away from here. For all I know, darling, I won't let you go. crowded places. I see her there and suddenly she goes.
Love leave me blinded like the morning sun, falling in your river, waterfalls begun, swimming in the depths of your embrace. We stay with me here until the embers fade. Do I let it show in the afterglow that I'm falling for you? Na, 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 na. Do I let it show in the afterglow that I'm falling for you? Na, 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 na. Your love takes me higher. I'm ocean deep in your desire. I've been baptized by your fire. So when you say my name, it's like a choir. Your love takes me higher. I'm ocean deep in your desire. I've been baptized by your fire. So when you say my name, it's like a choir. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you We try to be perfect. Do you know what your worth is? You always give, but you don't take. Don't you deserve it? Always running around circles. Gotta be there when they need your care, but you need a break or two, or three. Tryna look after them, gotta look after yourself too. her if you get and keep her. No, these jeans are red, should rethink what you knew before. She just wants the love, love, love. She just wants the love, 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 love. She just wants the love, love, love. So don't change, no, don't change, no. Got love in your DNA. Oh. They should have your name up in lights now. It would take the Hollywood sign out. Well, no, don't you ever have no doubts. I'll be cheering your side loud. They should have your name up in lights now. It would take the Hollywood sign out. Well, sometimes the rain must fall down so the sky can be found. She just wants the love. She just wants the love. Oh, love. She just wants the love, 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 love. So don't change, no, don't change, no, no. She just wants the love.
I just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it, I mean it. Need it, need the kind of love you give, I mean it. Need it, I just really wanna know if you want.
The ground, and I was earthbound when my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. earthbound. Hey, hey, You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror wasn't visible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline, it's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
Time flies in a heartbeat, first kiss in the backseat. No sorrows back when we were younger. Little life for the memories, just friends, no enemies. What didn't kill us only made us stronger. I walk around these streets nowadays, all these times so far, far away. I close my eyes, it's like yesterday. And I remember this easy life when we were kids. When we were kids. Found love on the bed sheets, made life so bittersweet. Riding roller coasters in the front row. We got no recipe, there was no remedy. But that's how it was meant to be, though. I walk around these streets nowadays, all these times so far, far away. I close my eyes, it's like yesterday. And I remember this easy life when we were kids. When we were kids. When we were kids. And I remember this easy life when we were kids. I walk around these streets nowadays, all these times so far, far away. I close my eyes, it's like yesterday. And I remember this easy life when we were kids.
Like Bonnie and Clyde, we swim against the tide. You know, we hug and we bite. My So been 1,000 times, and we act like kids. No reason to feel ashamed. Yeah, I forgive, I forget. You do it all the same. In the dark when the light fades, we will still carry on. From a spark to a bright flame, we will keep holding on. Carry, carry, carry on. Oh, carry, carry, carry on. In the dark when the light fades, we'll still carry on. First date, so fail. Ended up with a slap on my face, yeah. It hurt so bad, but I gotta make up for it, yeah. 10 years from now, I hope it's gonna be all the same, yeah. And your love is a thrill, and I will never quit. In the dark when the light fades, we will still carry on. From a spark to a bright flame, we will keep holding on. Carry, carry, carry on. Oh, carry, carry, carry on. In the dark when the light fades, we'll still carry on.
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
Skin to skin, face to face. Put your hands round my waist. I'm a wave, baby. Bring me in like a sun ray. Kiss my skin. Got your body, baby, on my mind. Rock my body, baby, through the night. Baby, we go from left to right. Baby, you know that you're at the side. Lay back and relax. Come put your body on me. Come put your body on me. Lay back and relax. Come put your body on me. Come put your body on me. Breathe you out, breathe you in. Feel the sunset on my skin. Tell me all of your fantasies. Let me be your wildest dreams. Got your body, baby, on my mind. Rock my body, baby, through the night. Baby, we go from left to right. Baby, you know that you're at the side. Lay back and relax. Come put your body on me. Come put your body on me. Lay back and relax. Come put your body on me. Come put your body on me.
I be on my level. I be on my level. I be on my level. Okay, look, I've been on a mission to the top. And when I get there, it's gonna go down. Lapping the competition, why they telling us to slow down? Come for it all, no, that ain't enough just to go round. Waking up the sleepers, if you ain't know, ha, well, man, you know now, yeah. I'm not your average guy, we set that bar too high. There's more than monetary differences between you and I. Hey, this the squad that you don't wanna meddle with. You know we take it higher, we ain't never settling. Come on, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Hey, we be about to go off. These boys ain't got no sauce.
on a winning streak, I promise we ain't taking no loss. We ain't got nothing coming, you and I. Money keep falling like stars out the sky. Take it easy, hey, they don't believe me. We on another wave, like we ain't hearing what he say. Yeah, they talking trash, you can put it in the garbage. When they know you rap the hardest, you gon' always be a target. Yeah, I put that on my mama. We ain't down for the drama. Keep on adding the commas, the numbers is getting longer. Yeah, I told you, homie, we ain't nothing to meddle with. We just broke the knob, going to another level, yeah. Okay, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. 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 Hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level. I be on my level. Can't touch me now. I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level. I be on my level. Can't touch me now. I be on my level.
Drawn to you like magnets. Wanna see you grab it. Just dance all night with me. You lock your arms around me. Tell me that you want me. Yeah, I'm your ecstasy. Wanna see it to me like that. Wanna drive you crazy, crazy. Show you all I have. Make me proud, baby, tell me all around. I can play this game forever. Put it down, show me how you put it down. This night keeps getting better. Drive you crazy, crazy. Drive you crazy, crazy. Harder than a sauna. Take over your heart. I just took over your mind. You smile how you tempt me. Lost in your beauty. You're my ecstasy. Wanna see you
Hello, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch. What do you think of the food? Yeah? Okay, so we're, contrary to what I told you, we do not have the breakouts right now. So hopefully you'll let your agenda be the guide, not me, right now. So after this last upcoming panel, you will not then head straight to the breakout session. And just remember to find those with the Ask Me. After the second breakout, and this really is true, okay, this isn't made up or anything. After the breakout, we will not have a wrap up coming back here, but you're welcome to come back here and sit down during any of the breakouts or after the breakouts. So anyway, so there's no need to return to the main room, okay? In other words, you're free to go, okay, but not right now. So we're gonna start with our next panel, and do we have our panelists? Okay.
with me tonight.
Okay, so this is now our faculty panel, hearing our faculty voices. And this is led by someone who brings such courage and heart to every conversation. And I've known her for years, and she has never hesitated to speak up for our students and her non-credit colleagues. It's just been a complete joy all these years. And this is our State Academic Senate President, Dr. LaTanya Parker. Okay. So please join me in welcoming her and her faculty panel.
Good afternoon. It's after lunch. You all are feeling well. Thank you for joining us in our session on faculty as architects designing non-credit pathways that build equity and mobility. In this session, you're going to get an opportunity to listen to our faculty and department chair explore from their lens on how leadership shapes non-credit pathways to advance equity and economic mobility. We only have 30 minutes with you, and we are going to jump right in because we have much to share with you on today. We're going to begin with the panelists sharing who they are and how their current role supports designing non-credit pathways that advance equity and economic mobility, and how they stay focused on student-centered outcomes while navigating institutional and systematic
challenges. Are non-credit for a reason, and our faculty in those discipline areas work really hard to understand their students, their environments for their students, and to ensure that the courses that they're creating and delivering meet those needs. So for example, we have our biggest area is ESL, and on our curriculum committee they are represented. We have many vocational areas, CTE areas. Each of those program areas are represented on our curriculum committee. That means that we're all collaborating together as we discuss the curriculum that's being presented, as we're reviewing the curriculum, ensuring things like that, ensuring that it's student-centered. Is that curriculum written in a way that students can understand? Because it's really easy to fall in the jargon. But the idea is that this is clear, understandable, and students can actually read that. That's something that's kind of new for us, because normally syllabus, right? But curriculum is really at the heart. Our course outlines of records, our program narratives are really at the heart of what then goes into that class. So ensuring that that student-centered piece is there. A big part of that is watching out for that discipline-specific terminology, making sure that that's explained in the curriculum as well. Another big piece is the course length. We're unencumbered with that connection to units, but that actually makes it more complicated because we don't have this defined piece. So when we're looking at classes, we're thinking, how are we going to make sure that this is going to be accessible for our students? Is this course the right length? Is it being presented in the right modalities? Is what we're actually teaching, should that be more than one class that students can come and go? Because that's the nature of non-credit. Our students are going to come, take some classes, and leave. And oftentimes, it's just one semester. But they'll come back oftentimes to pick up that next piece. So are we building it in a way where it's connecting across these different courses that they might take?
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. So my name is TJ Perez. I serve as the department chair and also faculty at Calbright College. We're a fully online community college, and we provide a variety of non-credit certificate programs for students. The area that I oversee is the technology program. So we have 3 non-credit certificate programs and hopefully a 4th one in the spring. One of the things that's kind of unique about us is, one, we're fully online. I know many of you here probably have some online programs, so that isn't new. But we use a competency-based education approach. So what that means is when students come in, they go through a series of pre-assessments. So we get to kind of gauge where they're already at. So instead of coming in and say, hey, whether you've been doing this, you've never done this before, or you've been doing this for 20 years, you're gonna go through the same curriculum. Here, we take them in and we say, well, what do you already know? What skills, knowledge, and abilities do you already have? Based on that, we create a custom learning path for them. They can always have access to the entire curriculum, but they know what areas to focus on. So, and I'll talk about one program that we're going to be relaunching here very soon, next month in November. It's our IT support program. So when we develop our programs, we basically have 3 pillars or 3 points of triangulation that we use just like a cell tower. So one, where possible, we try to align our programs to industry relevant certifications. So in the IT support program, there is a industry certification, the CompTIA A+. It's a pretty well-known certification for entry-level help desk technicians. Then we also get feedback from our advisory council, and then we also use Bureau of Labor Statistics and other data like that, and then also input from our faculty. So all of that is triangulated to make sure, okay, students have the skills that they need. Once they come into the program, they're able to work at their own pace of, depending on what they need, they can work nights, evenings, everything is provided for them, and they have not only counselors, success specialists, but also faculty that depending on when they need the help, they can receive that help. Additionally, once students complete the program, they're provided with 2 voucher attempts for the exams. In this case, this program consists of 2 certification exams. Those are free of charge to the student, and we provide the prep material to get them ready for that exam. So when they, not only when they come to us, not only get upskilled, but they have a credential not only from the college, but also from an industry recognized certification partner, CompTIA, which demonstrates that, hey, they are ready to go out in the workplace and perform these skills. So that's something that we've been doing, and we found it to be very effective. That's our largest program. We have over almost 4,000 students in that program, and we've seen great success.
Thank you so much. Renu?
Hi, my name is Renu Kachauj. I am the transitional counselor for the School of Continuing Ed. My primary role is building the bridges that move non-credit student to credit pathways. It's not just moving into credit, but moving into programs that fit them, like EOP&S or Promise Plus, because once they leave our program, they need that continued support. So not just getting them into credit programs, my goal is to get them into program that fits their needs or where they qualify for. And my core belief is that, non-credit counselors should act as a transformational bridges, not just a transactional referrals. We see a lot of times students coming into our offices, and it's the easiest thing to do is to tell them just go to that office. You don't realize when the student comes to you how many barriers they already have on them, how many challenges they have on them. If you sit there and listen to the student, you can help the student everything that you need to do in your office. So when I say transactional, meaning a lot of times when students say, I need help with FAFSA, or go to building 9B, they don't realize how long of a path that is. We all know we came here for conference today. What a welcome you got in this conference, right? If there were no guides over here, you would have been lost. You wouldn't know how to come to the Summit Center. Same thing with us being a transformational bridge. We make that bridge for students to make sure when they cross the other side, the transition is smooth. And also, it's like giving a student a map in a different language and saying, now navigate the campus. That's how I look at starting Mount SAC on the credit side. There's a lot of challenges that our students face. And as a counselor, if I don't know those challenges and how to find solutions for those challenges, there's no way I can help that student. So I have to be, even though I'm a non-credit counselor, I have to be aware of all the credit offerings. What is EOPS, what is Promise Plus, what is CalWorks, what is Foster Youth, because I don't know what type of a student I'm going to see. So if I'm not going to have that knowledge, there's no way I'm going to be able to help that student merge into the program, which will help them succeed.
So much.
So good afternoon.
Hello. There we go. So good afternoon. Don't slip into a food coma. My name is Marianne Galindo. I am known as the Crazy Cuban Lady, but I'm shifting that CC to Cuban Catalyst. I'm going to riff off of a couple of stories. You know that in non-credit we got stories, right? So let's go story first. My colleague from North Orange talked about the non-credit experience as the side door, but it needs to be the front porch. And I had already been thinking a little bit about this analogy since our title is Faculty as Architects. So let's imagine you want to improve your home, right? first thing that an architect comes to you is asks, what do you want to build? What's your why? And we're going to then start having different conversations about budgets and renovations versus brand new add-ins and what's the, way that we're going to be cost effective. And if we're really going to talk about equity and economic mobility, the question then becomes, are we building institutional comfort and fixing patches in our system? Or are we building something that truly invites the 6 million people that Vision 2030 is calling out that haven't shown up into our system yet? And then let's ask a different question. Why aren't they here yet? What is it about our homes that we're not welcoming them in all the way yet? And I think we're very welcoming people, but there's some structures that are probably not efficient. It's like having front door steps instead of a ramp if you're on a wheelchair and you need to be accessible. So when I look at Noncredit in terms of an architectural blueprint, I'm going to look at a few different layers. The first is the foundation. What are the cracks? Because in those cracks, our students fall through those cracks, right? That foundation has to be really, really solid. So what's at that front foundation? It's really creating that space of belonging and access, right? How we onboard students, how we onboard faculty, how we create curriculum in such a way that actually welcomes students through an onboarding orientation, not just a video, I'm just gonna call it out, like really an experience, just like the big old Ivy Leagues have a whole week long to welcome in their students before they get into the dorms. What is it that we're doing in those summer bridge programs and all of those intercessions that really help people feel like we are here for them? Because most of our students don't feel like the system was designed for them or with them in mind. So if you're gonna look at a house analogy, the heart of the house is the kitchen, right? You're gonna feed everybody. And even if you don't cook in the kitchen and you take it to the living room or the back room or the porch, food is the heart and soul of every community. And so when I think about our structures, and the reason I go this deep is because I just came off of being a Senate president, so I should back up a little bit. I'm in LACCD, the biggest monster, huge district in our state. We have 9 different shades of Noncredit on 9 different campuses because of infrastructure issues. Now, this is not how faculty want it. I mean, faculty are like really clear. We need this, 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 and this. And then something gets stuck in a negotiation or a committee or something like that, right? Now, and you can watch Sir Ken Robinson's TED Talk on education reform and industrial kind of models of school versus popular education and whatnot. Check it out if you haven't seen it. I know you know it. So moving ahead, coming off of that lens, and for me, I had to navigate, just like many of you and our students, multiple worlds. So coming off of being a department chair for 10 years of both credit and non-credit pathways, being an academic senate president, being a teacher in the classroom, letting go of all of those hats so I can just focus right now on my current role around curriculum. It is the core of our business, right? And so my current role in LACCD, living off of the legacy of 3 people before me, both Martha Letty and Dennis Villacorte, is to be the co-chair of the non-credit district discipline committee. We literally have only 25 full-time faculty in the size of our district, and it is our responsibility to support the 300 adjuncts and all of those different courses across the entire county. So 25 individuals are now talking about curriculum alignment, and for the last 2 years have been talking about a strategic plan for our district that centers curriculum and students. Now, this is crazy, right? I just told you I'm a crazy Cuban lady. And people have said to me in credit, are you really gonna go through that huge database of thousands and thousands of courses? And we're sitting there going, do we renovate this class? Do we explode this class and drop it in the garbage and start a new thing? Where we're starting is all new subjects. The reason I'm telling you this is if you want to build the future, you need a foundation, and that core foundation is curriculum, right? And what we know is in campuses in which we don't have the nice, beautiful structures of what I love to see in Mount Sac and at North Orange and at San Diego or Calbright. I'm one of the 112 colleges in the state that don't have a centralized model like that. So how do the 112 rest of us figure out models to go to scale? Within our departments or with central departments, and cool analogies are like that kitchen or that counseling department that has little tentacles in other specialized areas like EOPNS or CalWorks or whatnot, but there's still a centralized hub that allows for some good strategic systematic planning that then allows you to go to scale faster. So what are the houses, or what are the levels of the house? Belonging and access is your foundation, onboarding, all that good stuff. First floor, GED, ESL, non-credit. Second floor, adult dual enrollment. We got to start building out those transitions, more renews in my district and across the 112 colleges. Then there's probably a mezzanine level. Let's just talk real talk and center the student. The student is most likely with us to get to work. So part of that enhanced funding of CDCP, my interpretation of it is some of those students are going to leave us for a little while. They may come back in a couple of years or so, as long as we onboard them really well with that big, nice, warm, touchy feeling, warm kitchen house with all that nice food that makes you want to remember to have the cafecito and pan dulce, right? So the idea being that they know they had such a good experience with us in non-credit that they're going to come back for the third floor, which is that credit CTE, that transfer model, that AA, and the roof is literally transferring. So between the side door where we've been, to my friend's point, to where we got to go is a capacity conversation, and at the center of it is curriculum. And I would ask people to ask yourselves, why are you building what you're building? Are you building to fix something, or are you actually building to build the future? Because there is a reason why those 6 million people haven't been with us. So what are we going to do differently to address the inequities in our own system, such that we're talking about and centering economic mobility for our students, not necessarily ourselves? And let me be straight, I'm down with the money because I need my paycheck, I got my tenure, I got my union, I'm cool. But at the end of the day, it's not about just our paychecks. So how do we build this out? Because it is the future. So thank you for listening.
Thank you all. What a powerful introduction. We've all just witnessed when passion meets opportunity. So that was just a taste of who they are and the roles they play in the non-credit space. So we all understand non-credit programs are often a critical first step for learners entering the workforce. TJ, you talked earlier about some of your support programs. Can you expand on the programs you've designed and how they've expanded economic mobility, and describe the strategies you use to center adult learners?
Yeah, definitely. So I had mentioned that I oversee 3 different programs. When I first started at the college, we had just 2 programs. So they had IT support and cybersecurity. If you know anything about computers, well, you have to learn how to build a computer. Then you have to learn how to connect them together. And then once you connect them together, then you realize, well, I better secure this stuff so that I don't get one of those data breach credit monitoring letters in the mail. So now we have that full scaffold of 3 programs. So depending on where students are at, we can put them in one of those 3 programs. We can start them off if they're brand new, never seen a computer before, it's something foreign to them. I don't know where they've been, if that's the case, but we'll still welcome them on board. They'll start off in an IT support program. That IT support program has been vetted with knowledge, skills, and abilities from CompTIA. So we have a CompTIA A+, Network Plus, and Security Plus. So if you're not familiar with the IT world, these are like well-known certifications of different knowledges that they have to have. So, and if you just do a quick search on any job site, you'll see that these certifications will be called out, because people know, hey, if you come with a certain certification, we know that you know a certain body of skills. So, and employers recognize that, HR departments, HR folks recognize that. So giving students the ability to have a credential, not just from a college, because it can be Calvert College, it can be Mount Sinai, it can be anyone. They really don't know what that means. But when it's something that industry has been validated, it's been well known, it helps support students. In our IT support program and in all of our programs, I had mentioned we have a pre-assessment. So in a CBE model, it's kind of funny because instead of starting off, you start off basically with a reverse design. You start off, okay, this is what we need to know. How can we assess what they need and then build out from that? So if someone knows 80% of the content, well, then they'll just focus on that 20%. Because for those that come to us for non-credit, they want to get out in the field and they want to start working. right? They maybe were looking to retool, maybe they were laid off, they just need something different. So that is something that we've really focused on, is ensuring that when students come to us, not only do we place them in the right program, but we have tools that that assess them. And that's done by each of the outcomes, knowledge, skills, and abilities is mapped within the course. So it points them to exactly where they need to be within that course.
Thank you so much. Richard, in your current role as curriculum chair, how do you support faculty in innovating within non-credit curriculum, particularly when it comes to embedding equity-minded practices and responding to rapidly changing workforce demands?
So we do that in a couple different ways. One is that as a curriculum committee, it provides an opportunity for our faculty to see what other program areas are doing. So we have, I think, what is it, 5 campuses, courses across the city that are embedded in the community. So this is one area where faculty from all these different areas get an opportunity to hear about and see what's happening. And oftentimes what ends up happening is a discussion in there about how could we bring this to our students, say, over in ESL, or how could we bring this, connect our, one of our CTE programs with another one. So right now we've got a big project going where we're going to be doing something interdisciplinary, and this is going to connect our welding and HVAC, thank you, oh, my president, and our fabric arts, our clothing and textile programs together in a way that we've never ever done before. And it's actually coming from 2 different directions. So we already have the clothing and textile manufacture in place. We're working on the other side, and then there'll be an opportunity to bring those together. So that's a space that we were able to make happen initially through discussions through that curriculum committee, and then having those kind of discussions then boil out. Other areas where we really want to focus with faculty is, particularly in my role as the curriculum chair, is the technical review. That is an opportunity where we get to work one-on-one with the faculty developers to talk about best practices and really get them to think about, how can I embed that? I'm getting the 10 minutes, so I'm going to pass that on.
It's to me, not you.
Okay.
You keep going.
Oh, okay. So one of the areas we were looking at, again, was, and this is kind of interesting because this is now coming out of the changes in Title V, is how do we make sure that we are embedding those best practices in our assessments, in those best practices and our assignments in the curriculum? And we were already starting to do that. So we felt kind of ahead of the curve by providing really robust examples and challenging instructors to think about, well, what are you doing right now? What could you do differently? And having those discussions then come to curriculum committee, where others then get to talk about, oh, here's something that we do over in this program area. And they get a chance to share that. And that starts creating more conversations. So I see the curriculum committee as a space for having those cross-discipline discussions and bringing all that knowledge, that vast knowledge and experience, together in one space.
Thank you so much. Marianne, can you expand on that in terms of your role as a curriculum designer, on how do you ensure non-credit courses are intentionally aligned to credit-bearing pathways while maintaining accessibility and rigor for diverse adult learners?
In like speed, 2 minutes, and I'll just mash it up together, this one and the last question, and I'll be done. So riffing off of the architecture analogy, a couple of ideas, and I'll just give you some case examples. Sometimes I've been asked, let's put the GED classes in the English department, the math department, the science, and the history. That's not student-centered, right? A student's coming for one idea to get a GED done. But to navigate a college and 4 departments, that becomes incredibly challenging, even for me as a department chair or as a president. So the why, again, is kind of influenced or impacted by our institutional structures. Someone earlier in an earlier panel talked about our key consortium partners and understanding my previous life was a GIS, I was a community organizer. And so if you were to think about GIS mapping and really understand the ecosystem beyond your college or your district, then looking at the fact that, say, a classes or a program is fully offered in a consortium in non-credit, why would they take it in credit with us? So we're having to have different and very critical, crucial conversation of where does a program belong? Is it in non-credit, credit, contract ed, community ed? What does that look like? And how do we, at a time of fiscal challenges, let's just be honest about the elephant in the room. I love elephants, they're very community oriented. You eat one elephant, one bite at a time, right? So essentially, you have to start to unpack it by going, what's the whole lay of the land? We do this in credit, right? We look at LMI data and all of those advisory boards, and we don't always have the capacity in non-credit to do the same thing, but it's not for lack of the fact that the faculty don't want that rigor. We just haven't actually had the investments in non-credit. As an example, ACE has been around for 35 years. We're celebrating our 35-year birthday this year. The little legacy that I get to step into on the shoulders of giants before me is that a lot of those administrators were faculty in non-credit first and still keep one foot in that sandbox and understand both sides. And essentially our own structures, we only talk about curriculum here, 10+1, which I love, I'm with you. And on the other side is, business and chair and shared governance, and then there's da-da-da-da, right? So how do we begin to unpack the fact that diversity's been here since the beginning of time, it's gonna be here after time, and like after I'm gone, and we don't need a campaign in DEI to do diversity work, because non-credit's always been diversity work. So the soft handoff, that monolingual initiative, when we hire that staff, that front desk staff that speak in Spanish and Farsi and Armenian, that's foundation belonging. The GD, the nursing, does it belong in non-credit or credit? Those are tier 2, tier 3. So when I have to negotiate that, I ask why. Tell me your why. Are we here to fix a load? Or are we here to build something? Let's be honest, like unapologetically honest with ourselves and be equitable in those conversations so that we can get those 6 million students in. And basically, I get to retire to an island. Thank you for listening, ma'am.
Thank you. Renu, Marianne talked about student-centeredness. From a counseling faculty perspective and understanding adult learners often face barriers that go beyond academics, can you explain to us or share with us what equity-centered support strategies have you embedded into non-credit programs to ensure learners not only access, but also complete these pathways?
Sure. My main focus has been number one is the student. When a student walks into my office, I look at more of a one-stop shop holistic model. That's who I am. When a student sits there, I need to know where the student is coming from, what kind of challenges they have, where they want to go, and you're right, we can't jump into academics right away because unless those barriers are taken care of, they're not going to be successful. And the reason they're not in a program already because of those challenges. So getting to know my student is where my heart is. I ask the student, tell me where you're coming from, tell me your story, how many kids do you have, where do you work, where do you want to go? And you'll be surprised to see how a student just breaks down with tears in their eyes, saying that why it took them that long to where they are. So it all starts with empathy, listening. I will not be able to serve a student unless I know what their needs are, right? A student will tell me that I never went to college because nobody even asked me those questions. I don't know how to fill out a FAFSA. I don't know, go from here to there. I have no idea what to do. Don't worry, I am going to be your personal counselor. Like you have a personal doctor, you have a personal hairdresser, you have a personal counselor. And our students share so many detailed stories with us. It could be a single parent, right? It could be a residency issue, it could be an asylum issue, it could be an undocumented issue, right? And imagine telling the same story 10 times to 10 different counselors. No wonder students get burned out. So having the one-stop model just works so wonderfully for our students, for my students that I see, because they have an open door policy. they can come back and see me anytime and let me know what the next update is. So when I help them transition into college, it's not just giving them here, apply to college. Come into my office and we'll apply to college, okay? Come back the day after that and we'll do step number 2. Come back and we'll do step number 3. I don't know how to fill out a FAFSA. Bring me your taxes. I will help you fill out a FAFSA. Why do I need to send a student to half a mile or mile across campus with little kids with them when I can easily help them in my office? And if I need to call financial aid, I can pick up the phone and call financial aid. Somebody told me once, you're taking away jobs from other departments. I'm like, seriously? Helping few students will take away jobs from their departments? It's actually, I'm helping them, because if my student goes down to any other department, majority of the time it's a student worker working there. So isn't it better that I help my student? So having that barriers cut down for them, before you know it, they're in classes. So making that connection with the student, getting to know my student, their name, their face, and their story connects me with them. And next thing I know, I'm their cheerleader and their advocate, because our students don't know what to ask on the credit side. They don't even question sometimes, because the population I serve with, they don't question the authority. Whatever, oh, sorry. Sorry. So, but I'm so sorry. So basically, when a student comes to your desk, the mission is simple: find a solution for whatever the problem is.
Thank you so much. If we are allowed 30 more seconds to close us out properly, Richard, looking ahead, what is your vision for non-credit education and advancing equity and economic mobility? And what advice would you offer to individuals seeking to act as architects of these pathways on their campuses, to close us out?
Oh, I have to laugh because I want what they've got. And that's actually what I had written down. Competency-based education for our students, certificates of competency, not completion, for voc ed, and the opportunities for our students to take advantage of work experience now that it's available to our students. And just making sure that you keep your eye on the student first. What direction is the student looking to go to?
Thank you all for joining us.
We got to talk about
Have a wonderful rest of the summit. Do I dismiss you all? I think, Marianne, in terms of the program, we're going to head into breakout sessions.
Did I get the last word here?
Thank you, LaTanya, and thank you to this wonderful panel for all your inspiration and everything you do, because you are there working with the students. You are frontline. So thank you. Let's have them. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, LaTanya. That was great. Yeah. Good question.